And I see that 1 minute. Welcome all to the regular meeting of the Charlottesville Planning Commission Joint Council with Charlottesville City Council. Mr. Mayor, is council in order?
We are indeed.
Fantastic. That being the case, Mr. Offley, can you please start us off?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Matt Offley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. My presentation tonight is going to be a little bit longer than I think y'all are used to, but I think there's some information I want to make sure that it is across, but of course there'll be plenty of opportunities for questions and comments from both Planning Commission and City Council. Tonight we'll be holding a public hearing for a special use permit at 2005-2007 Jefferson Park Avenue and 104 Observatory Avenue, collectively referred to as 2005 JPA or the subject property. The applicant is Aspen Topco 2 Acquisitions LLC, which is the contract purchaser, and they are being represented tonight by Mitchell Matthews Architects and Planners. The applicant is requesting a special use permit pursuant to code section 34-420, 34-353-3, and 34-162A, which allows increased residential density, additional height, and modification to parking and setbacks. The subject property has street frontage on Jefferson Park Avenue, Observatory Avenue, and Washington Avenue, and a by right density of 21 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is looking to increase density to 70 dwelling units per acre, increase height from a by right 45 feet to 75 feet, reduce the rear yard setback from the required 75 feet to 36 feet, and reduce the on-site parking by 22% from what is required under section 34984. The SUP is required to accommodate a development being proposed for 119 units of multifamily dwellings within one building with underground parking. Some key elements of the proposed development include underground parking with one access point off Washington Avenue, improved streetscapes for JPA, Observatory, and Washington, 119 units within one building in the shape of a U placed on top of the underground parking. The 119 units would be a mix of bedrooms with no more than 4 bedrooms per unit. Based on the application material, the total bedroom count would be around 390 bedrooms. A 7-story structure fronting, the building will be a 7-story structure fronting on JPA that cuts into the grade to become a 5-story building in the back. A required contribution to the City Affordable Housing Fund of just under $500,000. The proposed SUP has generated a lot of interest and feedback from the community. Planning Commission and City Council has received a lot of these comments directly, and additional comments can be found as attachment D in the staff report. The massing, height of the building, traffic, parking, and impacts on quality of life are some of the main concerns staff has heard from the surrounding residents. Parking and traffic on Observatory Avenue is one area of particular concern. As stated in the staff report, and now I'm going to kind of read from the staff report from this. As part of the applicant's request to increase density, the applicant is also requesting to reduce the on-site parking by 22%. Under section 34984, efficiencies 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units need to provide a minimum of 1 space per unit. 3 and 4-bedroom units need to provide 2 spaces per unit. The applicant's materials do not call out the final count for each type, but it is indicated studio 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units are being considered. If built out to the max of 119 4-bedroom units, 238 on-site parking spaces would be required. With 22% reduction, the minimum parking required in this configuration would be 186. The application materials indicate the final space count will be 125. This indicates some of the units will fall under the requirements of only needing one space per unit and not two. Under the current plan, all parking will be provided under the proposed development with one access point on Washington Avenue. Due to current regulations, the proposed development would not be eligible to obtain on-street parking permits in Zone 1. This means residents and guests of the proposed developments will not be allowed to park in Washington Observatory within the restricted hours set out in Section 15208, which states the restrictions go into effect Sunday, 12:01 a.m. to 7 a.m., Monday through Saturday, 12:01 to 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. Restricted parking areas designated within Zone 1 on after May 1st, 2002. In addition to the section I have just presented, I would also like to point out staff's findings as stated on page 21 of the staff report. Staff finds that the application meets general standards 3, 5, and 6 with reasonable conditions. Please see the 6 conditions that staff has recommended in the staff report. The applicant would meet standards 2 and 4, and 2, 4, and 7, but the applicant would not meet standard number 1. This concludes the staff report on the SUP. As a reminder, Planning Commission will make 2 recommendations tonight after the public hearing. One is a recommendation to City Council on the SUP as Planning Commission, and one is a recommendation on the SUP as Entrance Review Board. Staff is available to answer any questions from the Planning Commission or City Council this time. In a few minutes, you'll also hear a report from the Preservation Planner, Jeff Warner, on the SUP as it relates to entrance corridor, and that will be followed by a presentation from the applicant.
I'd like to roll down the, thank you. I'd like to roll down the line. Mr. Mitchell, questions for staff on this?
The only thing that I would recommend Matt do is remind the public what standard number 1 is.
Yes, certainly. If you'll bear with me 1 second while I turn to it.
I think it speaks to mass and scale.
Standard number 1 under the standards of review in looking at SUP states that whether the proposed use or development will be harmonious with the existing patterns of use and development within the neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, did you have anything else?
Yeah, it may be helpful, Matt, just to again show the math. And for what reason do we feel, does staff feel that it does not meet that standard?
So, as also stated in the report, number 1 talks about existing patterns of development. So this part of the city, your existing patterns of development is single and 2-family homes with some small apartments. But it will, it also states in the report, there are other documents, planning documents that talk about increased density in this part of the city, but standard 1 is pretty clear on existing patterns of development.
And what about mass and scale, the height of the building? I think that was either it's mentioned later on in another document, or does does standard number 1 allude to that?
So this, I believe, Commissioner, you're referring to, this would be on page 8 of the staff report, where it talks about description for height under our current comprehensive plan. Talks about 5 stories, but 8 at key intersections. This is not a key intersection by any matrix that staff has. So we feel 5 stories would be more consistent in this area. You'll hear from the applicant later for their arguments counter that. But I believe that's what you're referring to. And then, of course, the entrance corridor presentation might go into a little more detail on mass and of the building.
Mr. Mitchell, did that
Yes,
suit?
that's it.
Perfect. Ms. Dowell, please.
The question, and it might have already been asked before I got here, I just wanted to bring up the email that was sent. Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm not sure if you guys brought this up in our pre-meeting or not. And Jody, I think you responded or sent it out about an email that was received from the public about the difference in the staff report.
Yes.
That email was, I think Jeff is going to talk to that, but that email was more related to the entrance corridor review.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Habab, questions?
I think I have some questions for lighting and landscape and that kind of stuff. When are we reviewing those?
So at this point, that would come at final site plan review, which planning commission would review if the SUP was granted. This would come back at final site plan, which would have the detailed landscaping and lighting plan.
And the other question I had was regarding permit parking on the side streets. I know that was something that was brought up by the neighborhood and talked about. Is that something that we can do or is being done?
It currently
already
does
exists?
exist.
And I think the comment was about enforcement of that. And I guess this, just throwing this question out there is, how is it, do we know how it's being enforced now, or is it being enforced? What kind of schedule is it, did they enforce it at?
With that, I'll turn it over to the city traffic engineer, Brendan Duncan, if you want to address that.
Honestly, the police do the enforcement, so I can't even answer that question. As far as what their schedule, if they do patrols, I don't know. That you'd have to ask them that.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
And thank you. Mr. Alejandro, please.
So in the staff analysis, massing and scale of the project comes up, and the analysis indicates some difficulties that they have with the massing and the scale. And yet, in the recommendations, which of the recommendations addresses the problems that they have with massing and scale?
So speaking to the SUP report, and I will leave it to preservation planner to speak more on entrance corridor. The biggest concern I think staff had was the rear elevation, was the 5-story building going down into the mainly single-family, 2-family neighborhood. Staff does feel, that is a concern, but staff does feel condition number 6, by having a very planted S3 screening, would help mitigate that impact.
Staff also found that it had problems with the height of the building at the corner of Observatory and JPA. No, I'm sorry, the corner of Washington and JPA. So is that addressed in any of these conditions?
So that is definitely something that came up in the analysis. There has not been any conditions that staff has on this that would really mitigate that. That's the highest point. I believe in the entrance corridor, the guidelines from the entrance corridor would help mitigate that by breaking it up, but I'll let Jeff speak more on that.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First off, we heard, one of the comments I heard most from neighbors, it didn't quite show up too much in the written comments that we have in the staff report, but I heard it quite a bit when we took a tour of the neighborhood, was that all of the pipes along the street are old terracotta pipes. And I'm wondering how, what the risk is to those utilities, how that risk is mitigated, and how, the city in its site plan review and an inspection of the as-built can ensure that there are no adverse effects on neighbors from that.
When this was reviewed, Utilities Department Engineering were involved in the review. They found that the SUP, there would be no difference between a by right development on infrastructure or the SUP. Anything they felt would be handled during site plan review, as far as they would have to provide infrastructure that would work. I don't believe we have anybody from utilities in this meeting, but no concerns were raised from those departments as far as developing the site in what's being proposed or a by right development. Their stance was kind of any development on the site would need to meet standards, utility and engineering standards.
Okay, that point is well taken. I think if this is to proceed by right or under the SUP, I think it would be helpful to explain the actual, specifics of it at the site plan conference. But obviously, as you said, it's not a consideration really for this SUP. My next question, what is the street width of observatory in the proposed condition? Is it the same? Is it narrower? Is it wider?
I don't believe they're touching the right-of-way really on observatory.
Okay, so all those sidewalks and that buffer are all within the site as it is now?
Believe so.
Okay, and I think in the staff report it said that there would be net new parking spots as a result of the removal of all the curb cuts, right? Do we have a number on how many new on-street parking spots there will be?
I don't think we have a number quite yet. That would definitely show up more at site plan level.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then I guess this next question is kind of specifically for Mr. Duncan. We heard a number of concerns among neighbors of either being unable to get out of their driveway if a car is parked in what is currently a legal on-street permitted parking spot across from them, or in many cases of emergency vehicles not being able to get by. And I mean, again, recognizing that residents of this building wouldn't be able to park there anyway. Does it make sense as part of this site plan review and approval to potentially like restrict parking either on one side of the street entirely or in those congested areas to make sure that emergency vehicles can pass by and that people can get out of their driveways? And how is that determination made vis-a-vis street width or other obstacles when you're doing these reviews?
So I guess that's a complex question. Normally, yes. If it was a new street, it would just be 100% on street width. But we do try and not disrupt the status quo of a street too much. If we can accommodate, existing parking patterns and that kind of stuff, we don't want to make it so that when a new development goes in that, we just take away half of the parking on an entire street. The parking, or I guess the road width along Washington is roughly 30 feet. And I think some spots there are parking on both sides, which is a little narrower than we would normally like. Normally we would want 35 feet minimum to have parking on both sides. So, I mean, that's definitely something that we could look at, but it was not something that we were pushing for based on the traffic generated from this particular site. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, I think that's pretty helpful. And then I guess because there are, parts where there are no parking that are going to be removed, would it potentially make sense to say add, a 1-car width, no parking zone across from a driveway so that people can be able to get out? And because, we're going to have that net new parking anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we do on a lot of our narrower streets. If there's a particular driveway or something, that we've always had the, petition to change public parking. So if someone, needs that, their driveway's narrow and they can't actually make the turnout, or the parking that's there somehow restricts it, we usually look at those on a case-by-case basis and a request basis, not necessarily a blanket. We're just going to put a blank parking spot across the street from every driveway.
Yep, that makes sense. No further questions this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, this is your neck of the woods. Do you have any questions for staff?
Yeah, just one question. In reading through the staff report, there was some comment on the conformance with the streets that work plan, specifically the 7-foot sidewalk, whether this would have that or not, as well as the tree verge. Didn't know if you had anything to add to that or what your thoughts on that are.
I didn't quite catch quite all of that.
Okay. I'll speak closer to the mic. The streets that work plan, it was mentioned in the staff report that this what you've seen so far doesn't quite conform with that plan and the type of street that JPA is categorized as.
Correct, for
I didn't
JPA.
know, I wasn't here for the pre-conference. I didn't know if you had anything to add to that, or maybe you could just clearly state for everybody what the specific, non-conformance was that you're focusing on there.
So, and that's one of staff's recommended conditions would be redo JPA streetscapes in line with streets at work, which is a minimum 3-foot planting buffer and a 7-foot sidewalk. Currently, JPA sidewalk butts the street. Does that answer what you were looking for?
Yes.
And thank you. Council, questions for staff on this?
Hey, Lyle.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I don't have any questions. I heard they were all.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. You're out of sight, out of mind. That's terribly unfair. Council?
So I just wanted to clarify that the permits are not in the evenings or weekends, right? They're not 24-hour permits.
The parking permits for the
Yeah.
street? Correct. The permits give you permission to park on the street Monday through Saturday. I believe it's basically midnight till 7 PM, and then Sunday from midnight to 7 AM, somewhere around those lines. I'd have to look at it again, but yes, for the most part, evenings between 7 PM and midnight is free parking for whoever.
Is it possible to do that 24-hour permit parking?
Yeah, we would probably have to amend the city code that references the Zone 1. Whether that's going to apply to all Zone 1, or if we kind of create a subzone where that would apply to.
I just would think that the neighbors would be more concerned about weekend and evening guests than they would about daytime 9 to 5 guests. I know that's, when I've had issues with parking, it hasn't been from 9 to 5, it's been in the evenings. When friends are coming over, which is great that friends are coming over, but if someone's gone to grocery store, they can't necessarily park when they come back. So.
Thank you. Additional questions from council?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Couple of questions. So from the scanning I did, I can't say that I read the scores and scores of pages about how the traffic counts looked, but it seemed like the upshot was that the intersections that were at least on that map would not require signaling. Is that correct? Is that the upshot? And I guess I asked that to.
Yeah, so the signal, or the intersections that are not currently signaled would not meet warrants to signal them. Is that the question?
Correct. I'm just confirming that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then the other question I had had to do around changes in terms of pedestrian crossings. I didn't see the maybe I didn't look close enough, but didn't see the actual new zebra lines or whatever in terms of, will there be new crossings, new pedestrian type protected spaces?
Yeah, so one of the recommendations for staff for this was to improve the crossing. It's currently down at, at Harmon Street. And a lot of that, normally we would like it kind of as close to the project as possible, but the grades, because the JPA is kind of split grade, so travel lane east and west are at different elevations, so getting a pedestrian crossing that meets ADA grades is difficult. So we have one that's pretty good down at Harmon, so we're basically just asking them to improve that one, do bump outs for pedestrian safety, and give us a better crossing where we can actually make the grades work.
Got it, thank you. I guess the third question I had for Mr., you'll forgive me if I get your name wrong, Alfel, is that correct?
Hopefully, but Councilor Mattisfeld.
Okay, thank you, sir. The one of the 7 criteria that you mentioned, it sounds like 6 of them, 3 of the 6 roughly, the criteria were met. 3 of the 6 could, workaround could be deduced. Maybe I've got my numbers wrong, but there was at least one, the first, in terms of its fit within the neighborhood, that was problematic. If this, are you able to speak sort of from your professional experience and just the sense of things, if this were a by right development, if the developer were able to do sort of what they wanted to in the space, do you feel like it would still violate 1? Or is that not a fair question for you?
Well, I understand where you're coming from, but I think these standards don't come into play when you're doing by right. So it's kind of wouldn't even really be looked at, because they would be doing their by right 21 dwelling units per acre, which I believe, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I know it's in the report where what that would get you.
But it's dramatically smaller.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Additional questions from council?
Sure. One, do you happen to know, and could you remind me in our future land use map what this area is designated as and what the by right height would be in that corridor?
Yes, Councilor. So this is urban mixed use corridor, and the height, this is where the height came up. So it's 5 stories or up to 8 at key intersections. And this has been one of the areas where our comprehensive the land use map conflicts with our current zoning, because our comprehensive land use map is anticipating our zoning changing. But the future land use map measures in stories and not feet. So the max height you could do under the current zoning with a special use would be 101 feet at this location. And the max height by right is 45 feet. And what they're asking for is 75 feet.
And so would it be correct that the maxed height by right under the future land use map, if this was not entrance corridor, would be 5 feet? Or not 5 feet, 5 stories.
5 stories. That's an interesting question, because I mean, I think that's going to be one of the things that has to kind of mesh with the land use map, is going to be our zoning. When we look at the specific zoning regulations for these areas, because areas could overlap, just because an area is something designated something in the future land use map doesn't mean that's going to be one zoned area. We could have overlaps, we could have different districts.
Right.
No, I think you would probably see the max height being 5 stories in certain areas, and then the max height being 8 stories for more important intersections.
No, I know, and it's such a gray area because it's not complete. Because what's coming to mind for me is that the framework that we've adopted for that is that if we're going above the by right height, The reason we're doing that is to have an inclusionary zoning program that's going to require affordable housing as part of that. So in that context, it's hard to say because it's so many gray areas and we don't know what it would settle out at. But if it turned out in theory that in this zone, say it's 5 stories by right, and they're asking for above that, once we actually get completed with that, we would want them to include a specific amount of affordable housing as part of that. And we're sort of giving it away, if we ended up actually being in that situation once we got there. But I know, it's hard to speculate on because it's not finished yet. And is my understanding correct that the around $500,000 they're contributing to the Affordable Housing Fund, that's the minimum requirement under the formula for what they have to contribute with the special use permit?
Yes, that is and I know Community Solutions is too in this meeting and they can jump in too, but I know it's, providing either 9 units on-site, off-site, or contributing close to 500,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund, which they have indicated, the applicants indicated they would want to contribute.
Right. And I know it's their choice and we don't have any control over it, but I would just note for the record that we got an affordable housing report that included data on the total subsidy needed to construct a new affordable unit. And I can't remember the exact number, but I know in Virginia that total subsidy to build 1 new unit could be around $300,000. So just interesting for the record, especially when we're thinking in the context of our inclusionary zoning program. And last question. So there's 17 existing units on these properties. Do we know with certainty the status of all those units? Are they all rentals? Are there any homeowners? And then could we say with any certainty whether all those renters are just students, or are there any long-term renters living there currently?
That I'm not sure, but the applicant might be able to speak to that during their presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Snook, questions?
Okay, there we go. My questions focus mainly on the first criterion, and we're talking about the key intersections problem for the entrance corridor. The report indicates that the intersection at JPA and Morey and JPA and Shamrock would seem to be 2 intersections that would probably qualify as key intersections. Is that right?
That was done on a professional opinion. We have no guiding documents that indicate key intersections in any of our planning documents.
So how have we defined key intersections? I guess I'm not familiar enough with the entrance corridor policies to understand.
Well, and this is only talking with the for the SUP as it relates not to entrance corridor entrance. So that term is coming from the future land use map where it's talking about 8 stories at key intersections.
Okay.
But our future land use map doesn't define what a key intersection is. So staff was using professional opinion to determine key intersections.
Presumably that's part of what we're going to be working on this year, is defining those terms.
That would be helpful.
So I guess you're sort of left at this point to try to figure out what you think we might someday down the road want to be adopting, which I know puts you in an awkward position. But you seem to have focused or coalesced around the idea that at the very least that JPA and Morey would be a key intersection. I think most people would agree with that. Speculating that perhaps under this policy we would end up with perhaps an 8-story building at Morey, and we're really only one significant block away from a building that might be at that point. Is that part of why you're thinking maybe this does not do violence to the neighborhood, character of the neighborhood?
Well, and that is definitely one of the arguments the applicant is making, is if Morey being a key intersection, you would not want to jump necessarily up from 5 stories to 8, and that you would transition as you went along JPA, going from 5, 6, or 7 up to 8 as you got closer to the intersection. I think that's an interesting way to approach it. And one of the key things that staff looks at in this is one of the goals of the future land use map, the comprehensive plan that we went through, is increasing density in certain areas of the city. And this area of the city, is one that looking to increase density. And to increase density, especially at this scale, 119 units, is going to create a big building. That's kind of, when we get to the bottom of it, you're not going to be able to have a smaller building really with this level of density.
Yeah. I mean, when we were going through the future land use map debate last year, I was struck by the fact that the one area where it seemed clear that everybody was willing to agree we should have increased density was along JPA, yet there was basically no public discussion of that fact. We were hearing complaints from the North Downtown, we were hearing complaints from Greenbrier, we weren't hearing complaints from JPA. I'm just wondering, did the planning commission or planning staff or anybody have any discussions about that we councilors were not necessarily privy to? Are we coming across something that you all have already talked about and we're just not aware of it?
That's a little hard to answer.
It was an awkward question, I realize, but.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of outreach, but not everyone participated in the 5-year process. So there are definitely voices that probably did not get heard. I believe we're hearing from them tonight. But I can't think of a specific way to answer that, specific meeting or.
I guess what I was really getting at was not whether folks in the public were heard from, but I'm just wondering whether you all had any discussions amongst yourselves at a meeting that perhaps counselors weren't paying attention to, where you talked about this area and the fact that you were apparently expecting to be substantially more dense in the JPA area. And maybe you didn't have that sort of discussion. I'm just wondering whether there was some other discussion, some substantive discussion on that we were not aware of. I guess the answer is probably no, because you're looking at me like, huh?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I think the answer is no. I know that we implicit in our thinking was, in fact, that that area is going to be denser, and we just frankly took that for granted.
Yeah.
So we didn't have a conversation about it.
Okay.
I'd kind of have to disagree with that a little bit. I think it was something that was discussed both over the course of it, but also kind of repeatedly when discussing this urban mixed-use corridor and the high intensity, to the point where, even in the September 21st Seville Plans Together slides at that last work session prior to the joint hearing, there's a modification on page 32 of those slides, which I guess I could try to show you. I can't share my screen as easily as I used to be able to. That talked about, for high-density residential, heights where it's typically a 5-story max, considering heights of up to 8 stories at select locations, specifically the JPA Fontaine corridor. Now, in practice, that gets a little bit tricky because high-intensity residential is not, in fact, touching JPA or Fontaine. It's in the interior of the neighborhoods, and it's urban mixed-use corridor that's along the road. But, I mean, given that it was discussed, it's right there. We did have those discussions, right? Maybe we didn't put that word in the right category, I guess, to make it kind of ambiguous now. But
the purpose of my question was not to suggest that somehow the issue hadn't been raised publicly, but I was just trying to find out whether you all had put some more flesh on the bones in some other discussions, or whether it was left simply as starkly as, and as simply as what it seems to be set out. And I guess I tried to pay attention to most of you all's meetings, but I didn't watch all of them, so I was wondering whether there was some discussion of this in some meaningful way that I had not seen. So, okay, that's all. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Of course. I would like to say, and from my perspective, there are pieces of the comprehensive plan that talk about this indirectly, but no specific area that says this is exactly how it's going to be. I hope that's of some help. I have some questions myself. Had a lot of questions from the public about the trip generation study. This is, to my knowledge, different from how we've looked at student apartments before. We've looked at them more as a sort of a generic suburban use. This is a new approach, I believe, looking at it as a student housing use near a university. Can you talk about what that means and how that is different?
Sure. So the Institute for Transportation Engineers has a manual they put out, update regularly, and in the most recent update of that, they added, a more specific section for, off-campus student housing close to a university, because frankly, it does act much differently than other, apartment complexes, as far as their trip distribution and when those trips are being made. So, we had a meeting with the applicant before they did their transportation analysis, and they brought this up and said, hey, are you okay that we use this? This is, new, but, and they shared that with myself and the city, and we agreed that in this scenario, it seemed to make sense. So that was why we use that as opposed to just a general, mid-rise, high-rise, apartment complex.
Do you believe that this approach could apply to other areas near the university?
Yeah, I think that the more applications that we get, that would surround the university, would probably make sense. I think, this one is kind of an obvious one, being as close as it is to the university. We'll have to look, a little bit more closely and maybe set some parameters, for future applications as to, how far away do you use this, and so forth. But for this one in particular, it was a no-brainer.
Exciting. Thank you for your innovation. That's good to see. I believe that is all the questions for this section. Mr. Werner, please tell us more.
Does that work? Yep. All right. So how y'all doing this evening? This is, I get to my, I'm Jeff Werner. I'm the Preservation Design Planner, and since we have a lot of people here tonight, even Steve Blaine there, the majority of my time is spent as staff for the Board of Architectural Review, but I'm also the staff for the Entrance Corridor Review Board, and it's in that capacity that I'm here tonight. And I can tell you, as we've learned with the BAR, having remote discussions about design, particularly architectural design issues, is extremely challenging, and I'll do the best I can. And I want to add just context, is that in the last 4 years, I've reviewed with the BAR almost 350 projects. Tonight will be just the 23rd and the 24th project that I've reviewed with the Entrance Corridor Review Board. So it's a little bit of a different dynamic here than we normally have. And I know some of you are still asking questions about that whole Entrance Corridor process, and we can get into that if you want. And I'm offering that background, right? Just exactly why, Lyle, you know what I wanted to say. So quickly, why are we here? Per section, code section 34-157, when a property that is subject of an application for a special use permit is within an entrance corridor, the ERB shall review the application and make a recommendation to City Council as to whether the proposed use will have an adverse impact on the corridor, and if so, to suggest reasonable conditions that would mitigate that impact. And the second piece, it needs to be said, but it is not what you're here tonight to discuss. It needs to be noted that regardless of what occurs with this special use permit, whether it's approved or denied, there's a section of City Code 34-309. It requires that any subsequent development of this site that requires a site plan, the design review still goes through the ERB. So there's a later piece of this project, or any project that occurs there, that must go through the design review. So in short, I also want to say, regardless of what's been presented conceptually for the special use permit, your recommendation to council is not an approval of the design, it's not a denial of design, it's not a proxy for the design review process. And I'm just listening to you all discuss earlier, I think to answer one of the questions, it really comes down to just, does the Entrance Corridor Review Board, which is the Planning Commission, and do you believe that later during the required design review process, do you believe that process can produce a result that mitigates the impact of any increased height here? And so to address, I know the other question that's come up about the staff reports, I just want to be clear that in the prior staff report and in this current one, the suggested motion did not change. It is that the impacts, first I said, could be mitigated through application of the design review. And in this one, I'm recommending the impacts can be mitigated during the required design review. So in both cases, I've leaned on the design guidelines as giving the city a tool to come up with a design ultimately that affects any of the impacts from this increased height. So just very quickly to go through the things that were requested. Regarding the increased density, I've said before, how a building is used is not a function of design guidelines. It can be one big room. It can be a building with 1,000 little rooms. What the BAR and the ERB looks at is the exterior, right? And so therefore, in that regard, increased density does not have an adverse impact on this corridor. Regarding the increased height, this is where some of this reevaluation came, but we have to acknowledge that this is what the comprehensive plan now says. There were some prior planning documents and things have been revised, but the comprehensive plan vision for this corridor is that it transitions to an area of higher density and mixed use, and that's facilitated by allowing taller and larger structures than in the current built form. And increased height is allowed by special use permit. So that use has been anticipated and it's not prohibited. And anticipating the increased development, including taller buildings, the city established design guidelines here for the entrance corridors, which include recommendations that address the related height, massing, and scale of the building. So because in my recommendation to you all, the application of design guidelines would mitigate the increased height, I then would suggest that there is not an adverse impact. Regarding the reduced rear setback, very quickly, that's not visible from JPA, so it's not relevant to having an impact on the corridor. Regarding the reduction of off-street parking, the design guidelines are really based on big open parking lots and how do we screen them, prevent them, not have them. I think here we've got parking that's going inside the building. So any level of parking that we don't see sort of is a positive relative to how the guidelines view it. So I would suggest that reducing the parking will not, reducing the reduction of off-street parking because the parking on site isn't visible anyway. We're not addressing that as an adverse impact. And so, like I said, during the later design review and approval of the COA, the certificate of appropriateness, you all will consider the design elements, components, and the colors and materials and the landscaping and the whole range of things that come with the design review of a project like this. However, for a recommendation that you make to council about this special use permit, like I said, my suggestion to you is that because the design review can mitigate the impacts, those impacts are not adverse. But I did come up with 3 suggestions, and they're sort of broad. They're some type of thing we've used with the BAR to kind of there might be some elements of this design that possibly you all want to memorialize. There might be certainly more. We've got designers on the planning commission bring to the table some additional thoughts. But are there elements that the ERB would recommend council consider as memorializing, but not locking in this design? I think that would be the wrong way to go. And then to really explain that first condition, it had been discussed, and that idea of breaking up this building, somehow an east to west, or I guess it's north-south connection, and, spending some time looking at the topography over there and kind of looking around town at what were the examples we had. I realized I kind of had the examples showing them as, oh, this is like these places. But in reality, this is not like the places we don't like. And there's an awful lot of places in the city which have block lengths that are similar. So I started to say, how does this thing, looking at the difficulties of kind of bisecting it with some sort of breezeway, what do we have in the sense of it being a block? Does that establish maybe a block design that can be repeated elsewhere? And it actually fits in what we see around town. So that's where I thought, all right, putting something through that building, I don't, unless you just build 2 buildings, that's up to you all to decide. But you can at least establish in that back there, it's not a street necessarily, but you establish that sort of sets that block, that sets the dimensions of that block for that development. So that I hopefully explains the first bullet. Like I said, the other 2 really just sort of saying that, expressing the applicant that we're not telling you to bring this exact design back, but we don't want something completely different. Unless, again, like I said, you all feel differently about that. So I hopefully made some sense there. Any questions for me?
That's a fantastic question. I'd like to start with Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is attempt to regurgitate what we're expected to do, what our recommendation needs to be based on, the criteria that we use to make our recommendation. And then if I get it wrong, maybe you can redirect us so that, my colleagues know what we're deliberating. So I'll do that in a minute. But I want to be certain we will see this again, even if we approve, if we suggest that this SUP will not have an adverse impact on the entrance corridor. We will see this again. Is that accurate?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. You will see, this currently has entrance corridor overlay. So whatever happens there presumably will require a site plan, and you will see that design. I can tell you that within entrance corridors, I have a lot more flexibility than what we have with the BAR. So there's sort of a threshold at which, if it's a new building, we bring it to you. If it's not, there's an awful lot that we can do administratively. But assuming a new building goes at this site, you will see it regardless of the special use permit. And you will have, at that point in time, you are the ERB, you're acting just like the BAR. You have design review oversight. And I think that's what it emphasizes. And Jody, you certainly, help out, and Kareem, you have another architect on the panel. That iterative process for this project is we're gonna have to think that one through and work it through, but that's the intent of the process, is to get to a design that meets the guidelines and, solves the problem for the applicant and resolves the design issues for the city.
So what we are being asked to adjudicate, the question we're being asked to answer, the recommendation we're being asked to give to council is whether we believe that this SUP will result in an adverse impact on the entrance corridor, or if we do believe that it will Do we believe that there are mitigating actions that we can take to reduce the negative impact on the EC? That's the net of the question we're being asked to answer and make a recommendation on. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I think I just wouldn't bifurcate it into it is either you believe that whatever impacts there are can be addressed adequately during the design review. That's a positive. If you believe no matter what, the design review process will not address these impacts, whatever they are, that's the negative. So I think, the putting in there whether or not adverse impact, it goes back to the basis of my recommendation is that whether you want to call it adverse impact or not, the design review process will resolve those. You can
And
agree
at what point do we do the three conditions, the three mitigating conditions that you have recommended? At what point do we? At what point should that impact our thinking? Should that impact our thinking tonight, or should it impact our thinking if we see this again?
Yeah, it's a function of we use, with the VAR, we're talking about the discipline of the process where there is you don't come in with a project of this scale and in one night after a 20-minute presentation you get approval. So there's got to be some discipline in what going into that process. So I would say that if you didn't adopt any of these tonight, that's fine, because they can still come up later. But they do in some ways maybe establish some, and I can tell you as a former builder, the most important thing is just even the smallest amount of predictability. Let me know where I stand, even if it's precarious, let me know. And that will help John and Aaron and their team kind of maybe know where they stand on things. Because you all may very much disagree with some of these things generally. And I don't want to get down into the rabbit hole of the design, but if there are some things that you feel very strongly about tonight, like I cannot live with that, or when this thing comes back, it better have thus and so. Tonight is the opportunity to express that, because a special use permit, it's not a wish list. It becomes, something that is, the condition of the approval. So you can establish things that we can sort of have a hard line that we hold up during the design review, or you can, and I would say if you were the VAR, I'd say, I trust that process later that they're going to come up with a design. I don't know how to advise you all. You all know each other much better than I know you. Or Jody, jump in here and help me with this.
Yeah, well, you're going to answer the question. Let me ask it, because I think you're headed that way. If we elect to recommend approval of the SUP, and this question I sent you guys an email, and we think that Jeff's three mitigating strategies would help make this better implementation of this project on the entrance corridor. Should we also include Jeff's three recommendations in our SUP approval?
You have that opportunity. Usually the conditions with an SUP are specific to what's going on, and so those conditions are a little bit more broad. If you all feel that those are things that council needs to hear when they're looking at that report, you could, with the ERB, the entrance corridor review, adverse impact, and that's the terminology that's used in the code. That's why that's coming forward in that manner, is we try to be consistent with that. That you could note that one way or the other, but if it was going in a positive direction, you could note these are items that we would also like council to consider as this move forward.
If this helps this a little bit, the situation at Gallery Court on Emmett Street was a great learning curve for, in a lot of ways. And one of, was that when something's established in that as an SUP condition, if later on John brings this thing in and says, gosh, I can't do this. Let's say you say, we want this thing to have, from JPA, 3 towers with 2 courtyards in between. And that's in the SUP, and John says, I can't make that work. We can't resolve that with the design review because it has to go back to council to have the SUP amended. So that's why, yeah, you want some specificity, but you don't want to design this thing now because then it's going to encumber them. So like I said, there's the, Gordian knot here. On one side, I would say, if you all were the BAR, again, I trust them in that process. I wouldn't worry about conditions. You all may want to, establish some hurdles, or not hurdles, some bars that, must be met. So
Again,
that's the way I can put it.
This process is somewhat complicated in the code, and it's definitely something that the folks who are reviewing the code for us, we've expressed some strong feelings on trying to streamline this and make it more straightforward. But we have the code that we have right now. The window of the decision that the ERB needs to make tonight is very narrow. It's can the design guidelines address any adverse impacts, or can they not? And you've got, it's kind of a yes or no question. And then the actual weeds of what that is a later step if other things happen in the process.
So the counsel I'm getting from Jody and you is that we shouldn't get into the, if we decide to move forward with this and recommend approval, we should not get into the design things that Jeff has recommended, that you wait until we see it again.
Right. I mean, generally, yes, because it will come again, and because of because of all of the elements involved with a project of this magnitude, the questions have already started about things that, yes, we're going to have those discussions down the road, and it's the cart before the horse kind of situation. So that's why we're trying to help you all narrow down to the question being asked right now. You could think about the questions that'll come later, but the questions that right now, and then continuing through the process depending on how things go.
Mr. Mitchell, does that help you?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good questions. Thank you. Ms. Dowell, please.
Oh, I didn't have any questions for the ERB review.
Mr. Habab, aesthetics.
We'll save those till it comes back. No questions for me.
Thank you. Mr. Alhendra, aesthetics.
Jeff, you implied when you said something about the north end of this project site wasn't as much of a concern because you couldn't see it from JPA, but in fact, the entire site is included in the overlay map for the entrance corridor.
Correct.
So
Correct.
it needs to be considered. It needs to be part of our consideration.
So, yes, and this is where, as Missy said, there's some, there is no how-to manual in the design guidelines of this, that, yes, no. There's no dichotomous key that gets us to the end. But looking back at past staff reports, relative to an entrance corridor, if you can't see it, then it is not an issue. Very different from when we have something within a historic district. But relative to an entrance corridor, the past practice has been, it's back there, it's not visible from the entrance corridor, so I'm not addressing it. So that, I went with that. I followed my predecessor, who was very wise.
I don't know that that
But you
clears
all
anything
can
up.
disagree.
Jeff, so do we or do we not consider review what's going on at the north end of this project site as part of the entrance corridor review?
You all can. I think it's best to look at the project in total, and it's It just, and if it's something slightly around the corner, but it's important to the design, raise it. And it doesn't preclude you all at a later date. You can, design review, which you can be clear that you all can approve or deny that design. It comes back, it still has to meet a standard that you're going to have, establish. Now, that is appealable to council, but you have your look at this the next time will not be sort of perfunctory. It's going to be very detailed and very involved. So I think if you do feel that there are elements towards the rear of the site, at that rear setback that matter, I don't think there's anything wrong with expressing that.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. Ms. Russell, please, aesthetics.
Yeah, I'm confused by that too, and the sort of like, are we viewing the building as a whole? And I guess specifically, one of the design principles is human scale, asking to consider the impact of spaces created as it will be experienced by the people who will pass by, live, work, shop there. So my question, Jeff, sorry, Mr. Warner, do you believe that human scale is achieved on Observatory in Washington?
Again, it's in the context of when this entrance corridor guideline was written and how that place was seen. It's very different from where it is now within the comprehensive plan.
Well, we also, Jeff, we don't have a full design on the entrance corridor side of things
Right.
at this point, and so it's kind of a challenge to say that know one way or the other fully, because we have a conceptual design that would be refined if it moves forward through the process.
Sure, but if we're thinking about conditions that, are we thinking about conditions on the building as a whole, or are we thinking about conditions just on the entrance corridor? And, we could talk about that more, but I don't have a question other than like not exactly being on the same page, not exactly knowing how we're evaluating this.
Yeah, I think that goes back to that maybe, and I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but it really is do you believe that the entrance corridor design guidelines allow you the tools to mitigate any impacts? And what I've learned a lot from the BAR is that how a building's experienced and how people it's at that when you're on the downtown mall and the trees play a role in that, you don't realize whether that's a 10-story building or it's a 2-story building. You're experiencing it at that level, and so a lot of that comes down to landscape. I do think one of the nice things about this project is that entrance to the garage is at the rear of the property. It sort of pushes that thing back. We're not getting curb cuts along there. I know we're not addressing the design that they presented, but they've got that variation in the material at the base, that foundation. They've got some landscaping on walls and terraces. So there's things happening on those side streets at that eye level that it's not, I'm not walking down an alley and just looking at a blank wall. So again, how you all, if you want to address certain things that you see, tonight's the night to do it, or to make a recommendation on it. Council may say no. I do know I've had, sat in a meeting where Lisa Robertson once said to me, all right, how do I write a condition that defines the word permeability? So, yes, there has to be some specificity. It can't be fluffy. But I think that it is up to you all in the design review process to get it. That's your chance to get it right. You do not have to get the design right tonight, if that helps.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg, aesthetics.
Yep, I will try to be quick because I do look forward to that in-depth review, but that will not be tonight. My one specific question, the number one recommended general guideline in this sub area is put utilities underground that are now located within median. And so my question, given that the view of the building is obstructed by the utilities for someone walking along the opposite side of the street, and that the utilities restrict the size of trees that could help obscure the view and, green it up. Would it be reasonable to make putting those trees in the utilities underground in the median a condition?
No,
Are they off-site?
they're off-site.
Any more questions? All right. Mr. Palmer, any thoughts on aesthetics?
Not at this time.
Council, do you have questions on aesthetics?
I have one that maybe is, I'll phrase it as a question, but I don't know if there's really an answer. But it is what went wrong in the design review process and the site plan process and everything with the standard? And that came to mind to me because I think there are potentially a lot of similarities. The standard was a company that I think operated internationally, has a portfolio of hundreds of student apartments. They sort of have a cookie cutter design they come in and build. And others may disagree, but I think the city made a mistake in how that process unfolded. Not that more housing was built, but in that something went wrong where there is a massive undisturbed block shadowing over West Haven, lower residential community, and it doesn't feel human scale even when you're on the sidewalk, even if you just look over to the other side of the street. I mean, it feels much more cramped. What went wrong that led to that? Because this is, best I could looking through the LLCs, this is a company that operates nationally, that has billions of dollars in total financing, has a portfolio of hundreds of properties. Student apartments are a major part of it. And my concern, as others have raised, is about the scale, massing, and human scale. And I think we really need to avoid repeating the mistakes that happened at the standard in terms of, again, it not being human scale and shadowing over a residential community. Because I think in that context, we could have gotten, maybe that same amount of housing, but designed in a much better way. And I think my concern is not only for residents that it is not human scale and worse, but also let's think big picture and long term. When that happened at the standard, people associated density on West Main with that project, and what happened? Mm-hmm. There was a de facto downzoning throughout that whole area. So I think we really need to make sure that we're confident that we can get density that works, which I think we can, and we have plenty of examples of. Altamont Circle, that apartment there is very human scale and works. I think we can achieve that, but I'm not exactly sure how much confidence I have in our existing processes, and I don't know what, if anything, has changed to avoid repeating those mistakes. And again, I don't say that with any intention of trying to block density increases here or prevent it, but how do we get to yes and make it work?
I would say, I know Sina and I talked about this some time ago. The density of Altamont Circle and that block is extraordinary. It's a wonderful model of what you can achieve. And I dare anybody to say that's a terrible, I wouldn't want to live there. It is extraordinary, the amount that's there. What's really interesting about that is there's a lot of those houses that are there were built as boarding houses. It was, so you look at the demographics that were there. So a very successful example. It'd be great to replicate that. I will also say my trusty right hand, Robert Watkins, who's in the room with you all, has raised, some of these apartments that are being lost around town. There are these old 4-story, highly dense apartment blocks that are being knocked down. So we're losing things that work. As far as the standard, that was before my time. I mean, I've lived here a long time. I watched it happen, but I can't really address it. I do know this, the BAR, if there's something we talk about, well, not more than lighting, but something we talk about a lot, it is, what went wrong on West Main? What can we do? And one of the things that we look at is it gets back to that sort of that idea of the block. How do you break that up? Maybe you don't break the building, but how do you create that break such that it is just not a wall? Now, as far as on what's going on facing to the north there, I don't know. I I think there's a lot of questions that could be, addressed, and we're hoping this summer to revise the design guidelines for both entrance corridor and the BAR districts. But again, remember that the BAR, DRB doesn't look at how a building's used. It could be a block of concrete. We just care what that block of concrete looks like, or it could be one giant room that somebody runs around and yells in. I don't care. I just worry about what the outside looks like. So design gets you a long way, but it doesn't solve all problems. So I'm sorry, I'm going, but as far as, yes, the block length, the standard, and what went wrong, you'll have to talk with some former members of BAR and Missy and others. I'll tell you more about that than I can.
Further questions from council on aesthetics?
That was easy.
Do we know how many living spaces are currently in this block? Because there's a couple of apartment buildings in this block, and there's some houses as well. We talked about this before.
I do not. I mean, I know what's there.
I
There is
know,
a-
Mr. Alfley has that outlined in the report. I'm sure
think it's
he's listening
17.
and can give us some, numbers.
I thought they said 17 dwelling
That-
units.
that seems like the number.
Right, for all the parcels that this is.
Are you talking about the number of housing on the site or the neighborhood more broadly?
On that particular site.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's two
17.
apartment buildings.
Yeah, that's right, that's in the report.
I just couldn't find it.
Any additional questions from council on aesthetics?
Don't think so. Thank you.
Of course. I'd just like to say, I really like this block analysis. I think it's smart. I think it's innovative. I don't think I've seen it before. Well done. Good analysis.
Thank you.
At this time, let me switch my notes here. I believe we are ready to hear from the public.
No.
I'm
sorry.
wrong.
I'm sorry about that. Not
Help
quite.
me.
We
Remind me
will
what we're
be
doing.
soon, but the applicant would love an opportunity to speak.
That does seem fair. That does seem fair. Please.
Thank you, Matt and Jeff, for all your hard work. Is it working? Good? Okay. I just can't tell. There are a few points tonight that we want to reiterate as you consider the application tonight. And when we last presented informally in the fall, the project was generally well received, and the majority of the comments were focused on the aesthetics, on the architecture. We have incorporated some of those comments into the application you're seeing tonight, and we know we'll be back to you, of course, to go through the entrance corridor review process with you and address many more of those aspects of the project as the project develops in the future. But if we can have our slideshow. Great. Go to the next one. So this first page shows that 2005 Jefferson Park Avenue, which is right here, is in the middle of the Jefferson Park Avenue neighborhood. And we pulled some census data that's at the top of the page. And the points that we want to share with you tonight and stress is that this neighborhood is 93% renter occupied. 79% is non-family. And the median age is 21 and a half. All of those things tell us what we already know, which is that this neighborhood is predominantly a student rental neighborhood. Next slide, please. While we're scrolling. We're putting purpose-built student housing in a neighborhood that already is predominantly student rental housing. This zooms in on the site. Again, the site is outlined in the red dashed line. The point here is that we are one block away in each direction from the trolley stops, which are noted here and here. So there's one at Shamrock Road and one near the corner of Maury Avenue. We also, based again on our interpretation of the Streets That Work plan and the language that's in the comprehensive plan, believe that those reports are trying to identify Maury Avenue as well as Shamrock Road as key intersections as it relates to the comprehensive plan language and again the Streets That Work plan. And so we'll come back to that point at a later moment, but those are marked with the red dots here and here. The site fronts on Jefferson Park Avenue and obviously has frontage along Observatory Avenue and Washington Avenue. Observatory is a dead-end street. Washington Avenue is a through street and connects from Stadium Road to Jefferson Park Avenue. Therefore, we've placed the garage entrance, as noted earlier, along Washington Avenue so as not to impact the dead-end street. Next slide, please. This slide is important because we've researched the GIS data on your website, and based upon analyzing the owner addresses and the parcel addresses, we have identified which parcels are actually renter occupied in the neighborhood and adjacent to the site, and which parcels are other uses or owner occupied. So there's only one contiguous parcel with our parcel, and that is to the rear. This one house is the entire width between Observatory and Washington Avenue, that lot. And it is renter occupied and has been at least for 20 to 30 years. And as you can see, all of the parcels that are across the three streets, except for one, are also all renter occupied buildings. Next slide, please. This is the existing zoning map. Again, our site is here. And as Matt and others have already mentioned, it's R3 zoning. It's only permitted to have 21 dwelling units under a by right condition. That equates to 35 units. So we are asking for 70 dwelling units per acre, and at the acreage, or that 70 dwelling units per acre, sorry. Then the by right height is only 45 feet. Under an SUP for our density range, we're permitted to ask up to 101 feet. And so we actually fall in the lesser height range, the middle height range, even though our density is higher. Which is to note when you get to looking at the rear setback requests, which again is for a density range. The 75 feet we don't believe was, it's sort of extravagant in our view, and that's why we're asking for a rear yard reduction as part of this SUP process. We'll show you the setbacks in a moment on a different plan. You can go to the next slide, please. These are photos of some of the surrounding structures in the neighborhood, extremely varied in height and architectural character. And another point that we want to note on these slides is that most of them do not engage at all with the street. The precedent is for very little engagement with the street with all these existing conditions. Even some of the new structures that have been built do not have much street engagement, and we have a very different vision for the project as proposed that you'll see in some of the perspective images towards the end. Next slide, please. This is the existing survey of the site, and you can see that there are 3 buildings that are shaded red, or sorry, 6 buildings shaded red. Those 6 buildings, again, have 17 units in them combined, and I have more detailed information if we want to ask that question again to go into all of that about how many units are in each building and so forth. But the point here is that there's a 37-foot drop across the site from this corner to the corner at Jefferson Park Avenue and Washington Avenue, and 37 feet is the equivalent of 3 stories. So it's a very dramatic grade change across the site, and why that's important is because the height that's perceived on Jefferson Park Avenue is not going to be the height perceived at the rear of the site, because we're basically slipping the lowest two levels, the sort of a basement condition, the garage, below grade, and it disappears into grade as you get towards the rear of the site, and you'll see that in images further on in our slideshow. Next slide, please. This is the new comprehensive plan. Again, the zoning designation for our site is urban mixed-use corridor. The further definition is higher intensity mixed-use development for this area. And that's exactly what we're trying to do, a higher intensity development. Mixed use is not allowed under the current R3 zoning condition. There's only an ancillary use permitted, and we'll show you how we're addressing that with the idea that there's a transition occurring right now between the zoning ordinance we have and have to work under and the comprehensive plan that we're trying to strive towards. Next slide, please. This is the detail, the only detail that's provided about the mixed-use corridor, the urban mixed-use corridor you can see down here. Again, the uses, commercial, employment, residential, active ground floor uses. And then height, 5 up to 8 at key intersections, and then it lists such as intersections of downtown industrial, mixed-use, or neighborhood corridors in the streets that work plan. So that is where we got our definition of what a key intersection is. And then if in a moment, we'll look at the streets that work plan and show you which of those are mixed-use streets and which of them are neighborhood corridors, and how that then creates a key intersection on the plan. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is the streets that work plan. So again, we're over here on the plan, and this is an enlargement of that area. So the different designations, it's a mixed-use B street, which is this pink dashed line, and that definition is right here in the middle, and it was in the packet. The brown dashed and solid lines are neighborhood streets. And so again, the intersections of a neighborhood street and a mixed-use street, in our mind, creates that key intersection. And there are 3 in this sub-area of JPA. They would be at the intersection with Maury, at the intersection of Shamrock, and then at the intersection with Emmett at the base of grounds. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is the adjacent designation to the rear of our site. So our site, again, being at this dot on the end of that leader, the adjacent designation, the brown, is higher intensity residential. That designation you defined as up to 5 stories. And the point we want to make here is that if all of the mixed-use urban corridor was intended to only be 5 stories, or mostly 5 stories with only tiny little spots of 8, then it probably would have fallen into, these 2 areas probably would have merged into one zoning designation. That there isn't a significant difference between higher intensity residential and the mixed-use corridor when it comes to height, unless you look at the 5 up to 8 stories as a variable between key intersections. And that's the point I'd like to make on the next slide, if you can go to the next one. So here we've overlaid on an aerial the comprehensive plan in purple and brown and yellow. So the purple is the mixed-use corridor, the brown the higher intensity residential, the yellow is general residential on the other side of the railroad tracks. Our site, again, is dashed in red here. And those same key intersections that we just discussed would be at Maury Avenue and Shamrock Road. And in our opinion, based on the language that's in your comprehensive plan, 8 stories would be created around these key intersections. So the blocks immediately adjacent to these key intersections, here at Maury and here at Shamrock, would be 8 stories in height. And then all the conversations I've listened to throughout the comprehensive plan process have all talked about creating a transect, creating transitions, not having harsh jumps between zoning designations, and allowing height and to be one of those elements that helps with the transitions between things. So if we start here with 8 and we know we're going back to 8 here, then there's a transition laterally along Jefferson Park Avenue where a block away we're stepping down to 7, and that is what we are proposing, 7 stories in height. And then perhaps it gets down to 6 before it returns back up to 7 and 8 at the intersection. And there's a greater distance then between Shamrock Road and Emmett, further up JPA, where it would probably decrease the whole way to 5 before it again ascends back up to 8. And this would create that rolling topography of a building height throughout this landscape. Simultaneously, we would be also doing this perpendicular to the corridor. So the tallest areas of these blocks and of these buildings would be along the corridor, where we have 7 stories along Jefferson Park Avenue. And at the rear, as it transitions to the adjacent zoning designation, we would be meeting the height of that zoning designation. So at the rear of our site, we're proposing 5 stories. And the adjacent designation, it proposes 5 stories. So we would be equivalent in height, and we'll show that to you in a section. And that is a key difference between what the current zoning ordinance does and some of the problems that were created at the standard and the differences between the standard and West Haven, between topography and the change, enhance that problem. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is a roof plan. You're looking at the purple shaded area is the roof. The beige shade or yellow shade here is a podium level that caps the top of the parking. The red dashed line is the property line. This lighter dashed red line are the setbacks. So the front yard setback is an average along the street. Being that we have 2 corners, the side setbacks are both 20. The zoning ordinance calls for a 75-foot setback, which is here, but we're asking for 36, which is here, and we're proposing that we would create a 25-foot buffer along the rear. Jeff talked about this, and all of you asked about it, about potentially this connection at the rear of the site. I believe our client is open to that idea that there might be a bike and pedestrian path that moves across the rear of the site. How it works would have to be defined later because of the topography changes that are occurring from this side of the site, dropping in grade, 11 feet over to this side. It's also how it moves through that S3 buffer, or around that S3 buffer we would have to work out, but we're open to that idea. Some other things to share is that the garage entrance, as has been mentioned, is up here on Washington Avenue, a significant distance from the intersection. A lot of neighbors were also asking and concerned about trash. Trash will be inside the building, stored inside the building, but then pulled out on the street at this moment as well, adjacent to that garage entrance when that happens, and that would occur just like the neighbors where they pull out their trash on trash day. The main entrance is at this corner where it's connecting closest to the topography and the intersection of JPA and Washington Avenue. At the other corner of Observatory in Washington, we have a series of terraces to try and engage again with the street, and that's where we've created a small space that could be an ancillary use space. It's sized to work with this current zoning ordinance, as well as potentially become that mixed use component in a future in the future as things change along the street and the density is created on the street to support more commercial uses. Something we heard from you in a previous meeting was that you wanted a better streetscape on Observatory. So we've added small stoops, porches, some with steps and sidewalks, depending on the grade changes along here. 4 of those that would be private porches to just those 4 apartments that they enter into. Some of the neighbors didn't like those. We're open to being either way, but we feel this provides that engagement and pedestrian activity and helps modulate the street condition and would be an advantage in the long term when additional development happens on the adjacent parcels. Backing up a moment, I guess you already know it's a U-shaped building that opens towards Jefferson Park Avenue with the two narrow ends facing Jefferson Park Avenue, and the pool condition is elevated from the sidewalk, so it's up 2 stories above the parking garage that is below it. Next slide, please. So this is a diagrammatic section through the site. This purplish pink color is our proposed building. The orange is the maximum building envelope that could be requested under a special use permit. So again, under special use permit, we could ask for 101 feet in height, and that's again to this top of this orange box. And we are well below that, 26 feet below it, asking for a height of 75 feet. And again, that's taken from an average grade plane, and there's a significant drop in the topography across the site. Because the 2 wings don't both meet the street, you're looking at sort of the one wing in the background here, and you'll see that again in perspective images and other elevations in a moment. So this is the profile for sort of one half of the building, and that's the other wing beyond, on the other side of the courtyard. To talk about the rear of the site for a moment, again, the current zoning ordinance requires 75 feet. We're asking for the reduction to 36 feet. And we think that's reasonable, especially once the comp plan is translated and the ordinance includes the setbacks for the adjacent parcel. So if the setback on the adjacent parcel is somewhere in the range of 15 feet, you potentially have a 50-foot building-to-building condition at the rear between 2 buildings of equivalent height, both at 5 stories. So again, this is showing 55 feet or approximately 5-story building on this side, which is what your comprehensive plan calls for, 5 stories on that side. And this 35 feet is what the by right height is currently on that parcel behind us. And again, we're proposing this dense S3 buffer between the 2 buildings to help mitigate the 2 conditions as they might currently exist. The one other item on this is that we have applied a hypothetical bulk plane similar to discussions that came out of the West Main Street zoning conditions. There was, I guess, the zoning ordinance was rewritten at one point to include the bulk plane for the transition between the higher density components along West Main Street to Star Hill neighborhood behind it. And the bulk plane is sort of a reasonable zoning tool to try and help mitigate the transition from the one zoning district to another. And so we've illustrated how we would be under a hypothetical bulk plane in this instance as well, to show that we're cognizant of the conditions or situations that you've talked about in the past in other zoning districts, and how they might apply in this district if that were incorporated in the future ordinance. A bulk plane, yes. It's like a big 45-degree angle that imaginary plane that is that diagonal line right there.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Yep. Next slide.
Hi, my name is Kevin Riddle. I work at Mitchell Matthews Architects with Aaron, and we're representing the project. I'm going to discuss the following slides that show you something of the architecture and landscape that's being proposed here and the overall presence of the building on the corridor. This is the front elevation of the project along Jefferson Park Avenue. And based on suggestions made by commissioners in our last meeting, we revised the building where it meets the ground, extending masonry around the lower lobby and parking levels to emphasize the horizontal and give the building a solid, legible base in a durable traditional material. The building's wings extend upward from the base, These will likely be clad in fiber cement panels and siding. The Washington Avenue wing is the more prominent of the two on the right of this illustration. It's where the entry of the building will be located, that you see at the bottom there. On the other side, the left of the image, is the observatory wing, which is set back farther from the street. And then what you see in between, that's really closer to the rear boundary. That's where the two wings kind of link up. They're bridged together by corridors and more apartments. And go to the next slide now. Here's another diagrammatic cross section. This one's taken parallel to JPA. So you take the last illustration and just move into the building, and that's where we're looking now. So again, observatory's on the left and Washington's on the right. The proposed building is filled in pink again, and the orange box, as before, represents the maximum building extents that would be permitted with an SUP, or could be permitted with an SUP. Across either of the avenues that flank the project, you see the dashed red lines. These outlines show building heights between 5 and 8 stories that, through the comprehensive plan, the city aspires to allow in this district. The proposed building is consistent with these heights.
And just to jump in again, under an SUP, it would potentially be 9 stories, 101 feet, permitted on both sites, both left and right, given that they're the same zoning designation. And as, if we follow the example that we provided earlier about the 8 stories being closest to those key intersections, we envision that the left-hand side might be 8 stories, whereas once you get past Washington Avenue, the next block over might be somewhere between 6 or 7 stories, and that's what these 2 dashed lines represent. Although, again, the current zoning ordinance would allow 101, and you get sort of another story on both sides at the moment.
We can go to the next slide, please. Along Observatory Avenue, where this elevation is taken, you can see how the existing grades tend to benefit the project. So as you move up Observatory Avenue away from JPA, the parking levels are eventually completely submerged. By the time you reach the rear of the building, its perceived height has diminished from 7 levels to 5 stories. A 5-story building is only 1 story taller than what's currently allowed by right in the R3 zone. To the right in this image, close to JPA, you see the corner common space that Aaron was describing earlier. It's near the street level. It opens to Observatory Avenue, and it includes outside terraces that help transition this corner of the building to the sidewalks. Above this masonry corner is that recreational deck that has the pool. This would be used by the tenants. In the background, a little faded, you're seeing the other wing of the building that's along Washington Avenue, where it projects closer to JPA. We can go to the next slide, please. And here's one more section diagram. This one zooms in a little closer to the project where it sits at JPA. You can see there's a relatively significant distance between the buildings, over 100 feet, that's created by the width of the avenue. On the opposite side of the street, the comp plan envisions buildings up to 7 or perhaps 8 stories, and that's comparable to what we're proposing. Go to the next slide. Along Washington Avenue now, you see a secondary pedestrian entrance close to the corner with JPA. And then as you travel up the avenue toward the rear of the building, you can see the entrance and exit to the parking decks. So that's well away from the intersection with JPA. It's over 200 feet away. On this side of the building, the grade does not rise as sharply as it does on Observatory. So this facade at its base is distinguished with greater exposure of the masonry base. You can go to the next slide. This is the rear of the project, the rear elevation. The parking levels here are fully buried along most of the facade, and only 5 stories rise from grade. And the next slide, please. Now here's a partial site plan. This is zooming in on the project where it meets the entrance corridor. The building wings are shown in a lavender fill with a heavy black outline. To the left of the entry wing, you see the recreational deck. That's above the parking levels. It's shown in a light beige, has the pool and a courtyard. And then as you come a little bit forward, between the base of the building and the trees, we have a variety of paved terraces. The one on the left is the one that's there near Observatory, can be accessed from the sidewalk and transitions to a space within the building. The longer terrace on the right wraps the Washington JPA corner and allows entry into the main lobby. We expect there to be a lot of plantings here, a lot of street trees, and that, along with some of the more specific architectural questions, are ones that we plan to hash out during the entrance review process. The next slide, please. Here we're getting into the perspective views. So this is the proposed building seen from the other side of JPA. Corner terraces extend at the corner of Observatory and JPA. They provide outside space for tenants and friends, and they also ease the building corner and bring it gradually out and down to grade. And the next slide. Here's a front-on view of the building. It's also taken across the street, and it's looking right toward the main entry that's there in the white volume. Jefferson Park Avenue, it can be a bustling street, heavily populated with traffic and pedestrians, and we think this is the right environment next to which we would concentrate most of the building's communal spaces. Terraces at various levels invite outside meetings and gatherings. The entrance, heavily glazed, that portion at the front of the Washington wing, it brings light and visibility into upper level lounges. To the left of the entry wing, above the masonry base, again, that's where that deck is located. And all of these can contribute to the main thoroughfare's vitality. The next slide. This looks at the project at the intersection of Washington and JPA. Here you see the masonry base extending around the corner, helping ground the taller residential wings. Low site walls and plantings at this corner help create a gentler transition to the sidewalks. And the next slide. Here we're getting a little closer to the front door. The entrance terrace can be accessed from the sidewalk at multiple locations, on level at about the middle of the site. That's over there to the left in the image. And then we also will have several stairs that come up from the corner. One's around the corner, and the other one you can see there, leading right up to the front door. You can also see in this image the way the wing that's along Observatory Avenue, there in the background, the way it recedes back from the street, enhancing variation in the building's presence on the corridor. And the next slide. And now we're, in a way, on the entrance terrace, close to the Washington Avenue corridor, and we're looking toward Observatory along the length of the terrace. And we envision potential here to create an exterior refuge with multiple spaces to rest, study, eat, talk, and gather. In contrast, consider what's typical along Jefferson Park Avenue elsewhere. There's really not much like this. You walk between this building site and UVA, and you'll see multiple nearby properties that have front yards designed less for people and more for their cars. Between 1709 and 1723 JPA specifically, a stretch that's over 400 feet long, all 7 parcels have asphalt drives and parking spaces in the front yard between building and sidewalk. No engagement whatsoever. And even in some of the better cases, it's rare to find more than a grass lawn that's divided by a single walk that leads up to a single stair and the front door. A terrace like you see here, generous with plantings and seating space, engaging activity at the building with activity on the street, represents an improvement over what's typical elsewhere on the avenue. Next slide, please. Now we've gone back around the building to the side along Observatory Avenue so that we can focus in specifically on the porches you see there. This was a suggestion made by several commissioners in the last meeting, and we liked the suggestion. And so we have included these porches. They allow points of contact with the avenue. The building feels a little more accessible because of them, less sealed off from its surroundings, and they enhance the apartment bays with a bit of human scale. And the next slide, please.
So to reiterate, this building might be taller than its current neighbors, but it won't be out of character with the future implementation of the comprehensive plan and the implementation of the vision that's been in the works for over 20 years for this particular neighborhood. We believe we can address any of the architectural character components of it with you at a later date through the entrance corridor review process. And we can answer any questions you have today. We're joined by our client on the phone in this hybrid situation. The client's on the phone, as well as Timmons, the civil engineer and traffic engineer, is on the phone and can answer any questions related to those components. So we welcome any questions at this point.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with Mr. Mitchell, please.
No
Questions for the applicant?
No questions at the moment.
Ms. Dowell?
I just had a quick question, more like a clarifying question. So I heard you talk about the bulk plane. Does that represent the shadow that this new building will propose on the existing neighborhood?
No. So we haven't done sun studies to date. The bulk plane is set by creating first a setback from the rear property line, and then a height related to, I think, the by right or the adjacent by right condition, and then a 45-degree angle up from that. So it has nothing to do with how it hits the building at all, or any of the sun conditions.
So that would be one of my concerns is, as Councilor Payne had already mentioned about like the standard, that was one thing that I think we definitely dropped the ball on, is how that building is gonna overcast or shadow on the existing neighborhood. So that would just be one of my concerns off the top. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bob, questions for the applicant?
Let's see. I guess one question is, did you consider any step backs? I know you did the bulk plane to kind of establish that, but did you consider any along Washington Avenue where it is 7 stories next to the, small detached homes?
So again, the step backs are hard to do with a residential project, of course, particularly this construction type with bearing walls. But in addition to that, those single-family houses that are there are not going to be there probably for long. It depends obviously on the owners, so no, I don't know if they're here or not, but the adjacent properties, the zoning, there's R3 zoning along that corner adjacent on Observatory Avenue that already has, I think, a 4-story or 5-story structure on it. And again, they're all rental properties except for one. And so even though they may appear to be single-family residential dwelling units, most of them are all multifamily student rentals with cut up into apartments, more than one, obviously multiple occupants inhabiting each of those structures. And that's based on the GIS data and the census data.
So you did not, okay. The other question I had was, you had a or I don't think I saw this, but could you talk to what the extent of the parking is on the first 2 levels when it wraps around that corner from, you have the habitable space on the front at JPA, and where does that parking, is it all the way to the face of the brick? Is there some space there on Washington?
Can we pull up the slides again and go? 30. So this is the ground level plan. So the parking comes all the way up to the front wall at the lowest level. And this portion of it is all below grade. Right, so even along JPA, a portion of this is all below grade. And then this corner is where we have the lobby entrance condition. And then if you go to the next slide. So at this level is where we have an amenity space that can be converted into the future mixed use, ancillary use component. And that's where it connects to those terraces. So now we're up a story and the parking is obviously below this condition along there. Does that answer the
yes.
question? Okay.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. Mr. Lindra?
Thank you for the presentation. And along JPA, you showed a very nice perspective of terraces and activity going on along that side of the building. Have you considered what the staff's recommendations to provide a 7-foot wide sidewalk and at least 3-foot wide buffer would do to the availability of terraces there, to whatever kind of proposed use? I'm pretty sure you probably aren't going to push the building back.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
But we do have a fair amount of room there, and I don't know.
So we have talked to the client about the sidewalk condition, the buffer and the sidewalk. I think, David, you can speak up if I'm wrong, but in previous discussions, they were okay with that condition of creating that along JPA, of adding the buffer and the sidewalk, making that wider condition. What it will do is we'll have to adjust, obviously, the dimensions of what we show currently for the street trees and the terraces, and we'll have to work through that to figure out, do we push the building back a little bit, squeeze all those dimensions a little bit, and still remain hopefully under that bulk plane, which is one of the key components to us of trying to achieve compatibility with the rear condition.
So if the staff's recommendations were accepted, then it doesn't negate the kind of public uses or outside uses along JPA.
No, they
You would
just might
still
have
be
to be
committed
narrower.
to providing some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it would. I mean, and you see that we're showing a fair amount of a decent planting buffer already between sidewalk and terrace. So if the sidewalk does have to get a little bit wider, that the existing buffer we're showing, I think, could absorb some of that. And then maybe the terraces do get a little bit narrower, and as Aaron said, we could potentially be looking at the building budging a little, but yeah, we certainly don't want to lose those.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And thank you. Ms. Russell?
Thank you. I have a question about your trash. You mentioned pulling trash out. I'm sorry, I have a cold. On trash days, I don't understand how that would be possible to be like, are you talking about individual trash cans or dumpster? Like, can an individual trash can serve that many residents?
They can. I'm not sure we've gotten into the trash calculation yet, but that is a very intense calculation to determine how often the pickups occur, what size containers you have, all coordinated with what's available locally.
Yeah, I mean,
Service providers.
I could just see that being a big
It's a big
mess
component.
at that
Yeah, to a
location.
project of this size. So, I think we've done a preliminary calculation, obviously, to size the trash room that's inside the building to keep all of that trash inside until trash day. I don't recall at the moment, and maybe, John Matthews, if you have any further comment to make on that, you can chime in.
Yeah, I can add to that if you can hear me. So we do, as Aaron said, we do take, my name's John Matthews, I'm a colleague of Aaron's and Kevin's, and we've been working on this together. So we take the trash and all of those building services very seriously, and they're one of the things that we work out very early on in the process. That trash room and the dumpster and the compactor and all of that works. So we're probably, I don't know who asked the question, but we would probably use a series of toters, and the size of those toters, we might have room inside the building for 4 or 5 of them. They would be wheeled out and picked up, as Erin said, depending on the trash generation, once or twice or 3 times a week. But it's not an afterthought. We think about that right at the very beginning of the process. So we have the trash well under control. It won't end up on the streets. It won't be sitting out there unpicked up. It will be totally taken care of.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioner Habab kind of touched on, or actually pretty much got at one of my questions, but I'm going to follow up on that. It's about understanding the inside of the podium and how that relates to the street and the parking. When you last saw us, I think you were proposing that this would be fully parked at one, or at the amount required by code. Now, as recommended, you are requesting a parking reduction. Help me understand what happened to the square footage associated with where that parking would have gone. Is it going to additional units? Has it disappeared? I think maybe the slide kind of answered that. Is it just reducing the amount of excavation?
Yes, because it's underground. There is no ability to sort of change that parking into units. I know that might have been the hope when it was suggested to reduce parking, but because it's all underground, and it's particularly at the back of the site where at the end of the circulation condition of the ramps and the garage, that you basically just have less excavation at that point.
Yep. Okay, that is helpful. I think I understand why that can't be units. I do still kind of have a hang up about that, the southwest corner and how it relates to the street with that kind of retaining wall where that terrace is. Underneath that terrace, inside of that brick masonry, is that excavated space used for parking then?
No, it is not, because it's in the setback, and so it cannot have any occupiable space in it. It's allowed to be a terrace, but you can't put occupiable space in the setback.
Okay, but then, so behind the terrace, I guess, within the building footprint, is that parking?
That's parking.
I see.
At the lowest level. At the second level,
Yep.
that's where we have that amenity space that's sized to be an ancillary use. And then further towards the middle of the building, it's the fitness center, which is an amenity for the residents.
I see. So you couldn't have the terrace lower to be closer to grade, because then it would be adjacent to, well, nothing. It would just be parking, unless you were to turn that into commercial space and then excavate further in to replace those spots.
But that would interrupt the ramp condition, and we would have even less parking at that point.
Yep, okay, I understand. And then my other question, help me understand why, I guess when I look at this, from the JPA perspective, I see 2 towers, and one, on the east is, right up to the sidewalk, essentially, obviously with the setback. And then the one in the back, while the podium is right next to me, the tower is recessed, and then if I go all the way to the back, it reaches up to the setback there. So help me understand why you want that kind of cutout space to be at that southwest corner by JPA, rather say than in the rear of the site.
I would say a couple of reasons. One of them has to do with the fact that it's in an entrance corridor. And so we were paying particular attention to how it relates to the entrance corridor, and knowing critiques about building faces and street walls and everything that's been discussed in the past, trying to provide thin volumes as it comes and comes to the street, and also a rather deep setback is pulling that one wing back creates that deep setback. Pulling the other wing at Washington Avenue out to the street helps define and create a clear point of entry the main condition of where one would enter the building. So there's a prominence given to that wing to help identify which location one should arrive at when they come on site. And then sort of a third reason would be that the pool location, being at the southwest corner, is better for that outdoor space to have sun than putting it in shadow right behind the building on the north side.
And also, I think that kind of heavy tenant activity that could be happening up there, feels like it would be better oriented toward JPA than back into the neighborhood where, you know, presumably we'd rather the building get quieter. You know?
Right. We didn't want to put the pool at the rear and put all those people at the rear creating noise adjacent to the quiet single-family, or not single-family, but the few single-family that are still there.
Yep.
But the lower density.
Yeah, so I think those second two make a lot of sense to me, of obviously you want it to be in the sun, and you don't want to, I guess, create noise in the rear, especially on the observatory side, I guess. The first, I think, seems a little bit ironic that because of entrance corridor guidelines being on the corridor side, we're kind of pushing the massing back to the interior of the neighborhood. It's not really a question, but it just seems a little strange to me. I definitely understand why you did it, though, but thank you.
And thank you. Mr. Palmer?
I think how to phrase this. This is more about aesthetics at this point. So I wanted to think about the aesthetics of, I noticed the bike parking, you have kind of a bike room on one of the lower levels, which is great. There's other considerations for the exterior that I didn't see in the site plan or the materials yet. Exterior bike parking, space for scooters, both the scooter shares as well as our students use a lot of moped type scooters. I just wonder how you, since we're talking about aesthetics, how you might understand how those would be accommodated on the site.
So I think we have plenty of space in the garage that's like narrow space based on the dimensions that we'll be able to accommodate scooter, moped parking within the garage volume, concealed from view, corralled in that condition. Does that answer?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering.
Thank you. Ms. McGill, questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to clarify that this will mean that the current buildings will, of course, all be torn down, including 2005 JPA?
Correct.
So, okay. So there's enough, so that's 3 4-bedroom townhouses, 2 3-bedroom townhouses.
Can that be repeated on the microphone, please?
Oh, that would. I said that's 3 4-bedroom townhouses, 2 3-bedroom townhouses, 1 2-bedroom, 1 3-bedroom apartment, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, and a 1-bedroom apartment, and a 6-bedroom house built in the 1900s.
You went a little fast, but I have a list too. So it's a 6-bedroom, 2005 JPA is a 6-bedroom. 104 Observatory is a 4-bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
108 Observatory has 3 units in it, a 3, a 2, and a 1.
Mm-hmm.
106 has 2 units in it, a 3 and a 2. 110 Washington has 5 units in it.
Mm-hmm. That's
Three-
what I have, yeah.
3 4s and 2 3s. And 2007 JPA has 5 units in it, 4 of which are uninhabitable, and 4 of which are 2 bedrooms and 1 efficiency.
But the 2005 JPA would be torn down.
Yes.
And then just real quickly before we move on for clarity, for
Please.
those units that you, for the units that you just spoke of, do you, and I think I heard you say this earlier, are students already currently living in those properties? So it's not like we necessarily be displacing anyone, right?
Correct. To my knowledge, I've been told that at least one unit has a professor, UVA professor in it, but all the other units, I believe, are all students.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question? I forgot.
Please.
The treatment of the ground level, the basement level windows, parking, like, are those faux windows? Are they louvered? What is going on in that brick facade in Washington?
Sure. At the moment, I think we do show 3 that are faux, that are spandrel conditions. I think that treatment has been used elsewhere along JPA for, on garage areas. And should that not be what you want, we can address it in the entrance corridor review process to change it to something else or do something differently.
You know, it's
in
not
that
for me to,
condition.
it's not for me to say, I think there's pros and cons of both. They look fake, but also they don't let light through, so. Thank you.
Mr. Payne, questions for the applicant?
So just to confirm, of the existing properties there, are any owner-occupied non-rentals?
On site,
On site, correct?
owner occupied, no, everything is a rental property on site.
Not too many questions, I guess 2 smaller questions is just one. So the color scheme you put up, is that just, for the presentation, or is that the color scheme you're planning to go with for the property?
We're still evaluating, it's in progress. So, yeah, I consider it preliminary right now.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Pinkston, questions for the applicant?
Thank you. No questions, really. I thought it was a very good presentation. Thank you. I especially liked the sort of engagement with the fact that we're still working our way through what our comprehensive plan is going to entail when we actually get to the detailed zoning. I thought the piece about, going from Maury to Shamrock and the way the elevations would be gradated there, that was helpful too. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
And Mayor Smith, please.
The only question I had was a question of history, because I must have missed something. This proposal had been about to be heard about 3 months ago. What happened?
So one of the properties, I think it was 2007 JPA, which is on the corner of Washington and JPA, changed hands. It was bought by the owner of the other parcels. And so that change in ownership required us to delay in order for the advertisement conditions to happen correctly.
Just an advertising issue.
So that was the delay that was 3 months ago.
And that was last month, I think, right?
That was the first delay. Last month, we delayed because the staff report was so extensive that we got it sort of the Friday, I think it was the Friday or the Monday right before the meeting, right before Tuesday. And we felt it was too extensive to try and absorb it all and reflect on all of it in sort of a really short time frame.
Having now had a chance to reflect on it, has that caused you to change anything in the project?
It led us to creating some of the slides that Councilor Pinkston just referred to, of trying to describe to you how we went about designing the project and our interpretation of the comprehensive plan as it relates to the building height and the conditions or the design that we're proposing.
But that's really just a presentation issue rather than, hey, we went back and reworked this piece of the design.
Correct. We had already reworked it from all the comments that we received from our informal meeting in the fall and had incorporated those comments. And then I think there's still some outstanding neighborhood, whether there's those porches that are on Observatory Avenue or there or not there. We've heard it both ways from, 2 different sides. And so I think that can be for, we can go either way,
Okay.
but we would prefer to keep them.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up that thread. There's been quite a lot of public comment and concern about this project. Can you talk a little bit about how that has informed your thinking about the design and possibly operational going forward should this be approved?
So we actually found that a lot of the public comment received overwhelmingly sort of amount of public comment had to do with parking and traffic. And so obviously those two things go hand in hand. The less parking you have, the less traffic the project is going to generate. So we believe that the parking reduction, not that the traffic was an issue before the parking reduction, it wasn't, but that it only helps with decreasing the amount of traffic that the project could actually create. The parking, there's been a lot of talk about permit parking and the side streets. And again, the client, Aspen Heights, has already started creating a parking management plan, and I have copies of it if you're interested. We just put together a draft just ahead of this meeting, so apologies that you haven't gotten it in advance. But they are working on that, knowing that that is potentially part of the conditions that you would like to see. And in addition, they're completely cooperative with the idea that students would not be allowed to get permits to park on those streets. So Observatory in Washington would be not allowed, and they would suggest alternatives like going to UBA and getting a permit to park at the JPJ lots, which is where a lot of first-year students obviously store their cars, and those lots are fairly empty on a daily basis. We did have some data about the parking conditions on the side streets. So I believe, to answer a previous question, and sorry till I find it,
Please.
that there are, on Washington Avenue, the city will issue 61 regular permits, and only 32 are actually used by residents. And then they'll issue guest passes as well. 32 of those are permitted by the city, and only 6 are used. So, and then on Observatory, 72 are allocated, and only 16 have been used or applied for. And then 36 guest passes are allocated, and only 11 used. So the neighbors haven't necessarily utilized the permit parking that's available to them through the city. I completely agree and understand that the quantity of passes does not necessarily align with the actual parking spots available on the street, but we've also calculated that given the reduction of curb cuts along the length of the parcel on Observatory, which is about, I think, 380 feet or so, say you take some out for near the corner, there's the potential to have at least probably 14 to 16 spaces along that side of the street that could be, that right now, I think you only have about 4 or 5 because of the multiple curb cuts, and the driveway widths are mostly 2 cars wide. Actually picking up additional permit parking spaces on that street in particular, which is, I think, where most of the concern lies with the neighborhood.
Thank you. That's helpful. I have heard those concerns also. At this time, I would like to hear from the public.
Well, if you don't mind, may I ask one question? And
Please.
The parking is a little confusing to me. And it's maybe a question for staff, or if there's a legal person. The idea that Councilor McGill suggested that, we restrict the parking 24 hours unless you have a permit, it seems like something we ought to give some thought to. But would we be able to make that a condition in the SUP, or would there have to be a change in ordinance before we could make that a condition?
That would be a completely different process. This building would not be eligible for any of those permits. So that is not a consideration necessarily. But because it's not 24/7, there are also things that could come into play. So that would have to be a separate discussion.
And I believe the idea was to make the parking permits available just to the people, the residents who live alongside, not who live inside the building. Is that what you're?
That's
Yeah.
where I was going.
Right, and this building would not be eligible for permits.
Yeah, I agreed. It's the residents who live, the folks in the neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And so just to follow up on that, I too was like 100% behind you guys, but after hearing that we have so many spaces that are allotted to that area that are not being utilized, I will have a hard time with it being 24-hour permit parking, being that we're not using it to its full capacity for our city residents currently. Does that make sense? So I would just like to counter on that.
Actually, could I get a clarifying question from staff on that? Is it that they aren't being utilized or that they haven't been given to the local residents? Having looked at the site a couple of times now, they're being utilized.
So the way that and this goes back to our city code, the generic kind of permit allocation is 4 residential permit passes and 2 guest passes for every parcel. So that is where those larger numbers, as far as how many permits are that the city would give out. The ones that are being utilized, I mean, a lot of these parcels do have driveways and stuff, so they may not need them. But so yeah, I don't have a number for you as far as how many actual parking spaces are available on those 2 streets. But it is roughly 800 feet from one end to the other of Washington. So again, minus the no parking for driveways and that kind of stuff, you would roughly have, 40-ish parking spaces on either side. So say probably 50 or 60 actual parking spaces on Washington.
Thank you, that's helpful. I'll make one last call for questions. I do want to hear from the public.
Okay, I would like to ask one question of Duncan.
Please.
The intersection between Washington and Observatory and JPA, as I recall from my site visit, it was something of a challenging intersection, especially if you're wanting to cross the median strip and go towards the hospital. Duncan, can you comment upon the safety of those intersections? And is there any data on accidents?
I don't have the data on accidents handy. I can look that up, but there definitely are sight distance issues when vehicles are parked in that area right in front of between Observatory and Washington. That makes it more difficult. So, we can definitely look at restricting parking, within 40 feet of that intersection or so, just to give those vehicles, a little bit more sight line for the vehicles coming, I guess it would be westbound on Jefferson Park Avenue. It is a little bit of geometry though as well. There is a slight obtuse angle there. So Jefferson Park Avenue kind of turns right at that observatory, probably about 10 degrees. So again, just sight distance, when you're coming out there, you're kind of looking back over your shoulder, and if there's vehicles there, it is more difficult than at other intersections to make that maneuver.
And as I recall, there was a topographical change too. On JPA, the road is coming uphill towards those intersections from east to west?
Correct. So Observatory is higher than Washington.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And Mr. Duncan, is that the sort of thing where we can make a condition to put a bulb out, like a concrete bulb out there to daylight that intersection? Or is that something you could do as part of the site plan process instead of?
That's definitely something we could do as part of the site plan process when we're looking at the sight lines and stuff. And probably something that I would do as part of this, as the site plan, is to it. There's no parking within 20 feet of the intersection by code anyway, so it would basically only be removing one parking space there additionally, to kind of give some additional sight line there.
Helpful, well, thank you. Final call, questions on this project before we can hear from the public. Hearing none, please. I would like to hear from the public. I believe we're going in person on the call, in person on the call. Ms. Creasy can offer additional details, I think.
Sure. So we'll start with our first in-person individual. And as you're called, please do provide your name and address for the record. Our first person listed in person right now is Ms. Nina Barnes. And if you'd come to the microphone, that would be wonderful.
I'm Nina Barnes, board member of the JPA Neighborhood Association. I live on Gildersleeve Wood. The JPA Neighborhood Association has already written a letter expressing our opposition to this special use permit application. I would like to return to some of the points that we made in our letter about why this application should be rejected. The city's guidelines for special use permits state that the Planning Commission must consider, quote, whether the proposed use or development will have any potentially adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, unquote. Adverse impacts may include traffic or parking congestion, undue density of population, and massing and scale. This project has adverse effects in all of these ways. First, the massing and scale is far out of proportion in relationship to the surrounding neighborhood. A 5 to 7 story building that takes up half a city block would loom directly across 1 and 2 story houses on Observatory in Washington and would deprive these homes of sunlight. This massing and scale also conflicts with the city's entrance corridor guidelines, which specify that new building design should be compatible with those structures that contribute to the overall character and quality of the corridor. Second, a density of 390 students, together with over 400 residents from the planned developments on Stribling Avenue and Maury Avenue, will greatly increase the parking and traffic congestion on the JPA corridor. Third, this project will not add to the city's inventory of affordable housing for families. Instead, it aims to provide luxury apartments for students at market rate. Fourth, this building would have negative environmental impacts. It would greatly enlarge impervious surface and reduce groundwater absorption. It would also reduce the tree canopy that the city has been struggling to maintain. In summary, this project would add to parking and traffic congestion, mar the environment, and do serious harm to the quality of life of residents of the neighborhood. Please do not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our first virtual speaker is Lindsay Daniels. Lindsay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Hi, my name is Lindsay Daniels. I live at 2205 Jefferson Park Avenue, which is about 1,000 feet away from the proposed site. So first off, I'm coming to you from my single-family renter-occupied home as someone who went to UVA and stayed here. Now at 36 years old, for the majority of the time that I've lived in Charlottesville, I have lived within a square mile of this site. So I will tell you, as someone who has lived here, I walk through there every day, and I want to correct the applicant on a couple things. The first thing is, less parking does not mean less traffic. Less parking actually means that there is less parking on street. Currently, there is no permit for parking on JPA needed. So what happens is that if you look actually on Google Maps, you can see it, all the way down JPA and JPA Extended are used up by cars. So what that means is if you have a whole bunch more people living there, there's going to be a whole much more taken up there. The city could change this by changing this to permit parking, or maybe doing what other higher density places do, doing something like a park mobile thing like they've done downtown. But as it is right now, there are a lot of people who live on JPA who have that issue with parking. Secondly, I'd like to correct with first-year students, they are prohibited from having cars at UVA. They are not parking at the lot, she said. And for students who live off grounds, they are not allowed to park at the stadium lot. If these people were to be getting permits, then they would be getting permits at somewhere that's over a mile away from this spot. Okay, key intersection, what does that mean? I would assume that that means somewhere that has a crosswalk. So I don't agree with the key intersection definition that's presented here. I would also assume that that means that traffic coming on JPA would have to stop. They do not currently. If you look on Google Maps, you will also see that there is someone jaywalking in the middle of a picture. So what I would say is that this would need to be taken into account. If a crosswalk can't be put in, then something else needs to be done, because the closest intersection is not going to be where the students cross, and everyone who drives here every day knows that. Lastly, I'd like to say that the trash is a serious concern. I would say go look at any other place, such as 1800 JPA. They have dumpsters, and they have to be used there. And I'd also like to say, if you are looking at the pictures that the applicant used, as far as what you see in the neighborhood, the parking lot at JPA, the parking lot at 1800 JPA is where they took the picture for 1800 JPA. The JPA facing part of 1800 JPA actually does not look like what they perceived in that picture. Let me check my notes really quick and see if I left anything out here. I thought that they said they didn't do any sun studies there, but they did say that they wanted to have the pool in the sun. And so that indicates to me that they have done some sort of indication of what the sun would do. Knowing where east and west is here, I can say that when the sun is rising, it would create a shadow onto the Observatory Avenue side. So just want to put that into play there. But I would like to see the sun studies on that. In closing, saying those single-family houses won't be there for long is pretty offensive to the neighborhood. This family house that I've been in right here has been here since 1940, and I'm sure that the person who I rent it from would love to keep it here. I can't afford to buy a house currently in the city of Charlottesville, but I rent and I'm still here, so thanks.
Thank you. And in person, please.
Our next in-person participant is Ellen Conte Morris. Oh. Let's see.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Contini Morava from 225 Montebello Circle. As soon as residents of the JPA neighborhood learned of this project, we pointed out how its mass and scale conflicts with comprehensive plan guidelines, stating that new development should have, quote, forms and scales that are respectful of the surrounding neighborhood, and how the height conflicts with entrance corridor guidelines, recommending reduced height near lower density uses. Residents also brought up the negative impacts this development would have on traffic, parking, the environment, and the quality of life of nearby homeowners. The city staff report of March 30th originally affirmed these issues, stating that, quote, the unbroken east and west elevations exceed what is typical within this corridor, in fact, exceed what is typical in Charlottesville, unquote. And further, that, quote, "a height of 75 feet exceeds the recommendation for this location and therefore results in adverse impact," unquote. The developer asked for a postponement of the SUP review, but made no changes to their proposal. Instead, it looks like they used the time to lean on city staff to change their report. The revised report replaces the passages that were critical of this proposal with text that favors the developer and suppresses any pretense of listening to the community's input. The new report compares this building with other massive structures in the city, such as Memorial Gym and the Water Street parking garage, and finds, quote, "no adverse impact on entrance corridor." There's no paper trail documenting this about face. Why did city staff become complicit with a developer? This application treats the rezoning that's proposed in the future land use map as if it were already in place, and you've heard this. The revised city staff report appears to go along with that. But as Mr. Fries has told us, quote, "to be clear, the existing zoning controls." The 2021 draft comprehensive plan projects rezoning to take 1 to 3 years, using a deliberative, community collaborative, step-by-step process. This application not only aims to short-circuit the rezoning process, but even requests a height that's 2 stories higher than the 5 stories suggested by the future land use map for the JPA corridor. If this SUP application is approved, it will not only harm the community, it will also set a precedent for building more such structures in the neighborhood, thus undermining the collaborative rezoning process that the city has committed to. We urge you to reject it.
Thank you. Can we hear from online, please?
Our next online speaker would be Celia Kane. Ms. Kane, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Okay.
Fantastic. Hi, my name is Cece Kane. My pronouns are she, her. I live currently in UVA housing, but I've also lived in MSC Oxford Hill housing, and I'm currently the UVA Student Council president. So I wanted to come kind of give a student perspective on this project. I think in UVA, or in Charlottesville, UVA students feel that we don't have enough housing options available. So this means a couple things. It means that rent is really high for students, especially close to grounds. There's not a lot of options for lower rent for students. We also don't have a lot of options in terms of where we're placed in the city, especially for students with budget constraints, and students don't want to be displacing, especially low-income Charlottesville residents, but sometimes, especially when people don't have unlimited budgets, that is the impact of people being in the city. We also don't have a diverse pick of landlords, so we have to put up with exploitative policies and poor treatment with landlords that don't really have incentives to treat student renters very well. There is little reasonably priced housing nearby UVA grounds within like walking distance. Most students actually don't have cars or don't need cars and typically don't drive like around Charlottesville and don't like want to drive. There's just very little housing around grounds. So typically when we do have cars, they're like either stored in garages or it's just to drive back and forth from grounds. And so that's why I'm in support of this project, because it's within walking distance of grounds. I think would limit overflow from students into the rest of Charlottesville, encroaching on affordable housing communities. This project is also, this special permit is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which has support from many UVA student groups, including every class council, including the UVA Workers Union and UVA Student Council. Students generally want to protect affordable housing in the city. We also support the contribution that this would bring to affordable housing and want to stop encroaching on low income and especially historically Black neighborhoods. So I fully support this project on behalf of UVA Student Council and in the way it adheres with the comprehensive plan. And I hope we can continue to trend towards high density housing closer to grounds and investments in affordable housing in the city. Thank you.
And thank you. Can we please hear from in person?
That makes sense.
Okay, our next in person will be Ann Benham.
Hello, my name is Ann Benham. I live at 116 Observatory Avenue, which is across the street from the proposed building site. Before I begin, I just wanted to say something about the traffic report. I don't know that it came up this evening, but the traffic report was actually, the analysis, the data analysis, the data was collected on August 28th of 2021. That was a Saturday, not a weekday. And a weekday is a more typical day. So I would object to the acceptance of the traffic report on that basis. That was incorrect to do that on a Saturday. I oppose this development because of all the issues that others are describing this evening, and also because of the following concerns. Environmental concerns. 6 buildings and over 24 trees, mature trees, will be removed to make way for one massive U-shaped building. The impervious surface area of our neighborhood will be hugely enlarged, and the removal of all the trees will further reduce the city tree canopy that has been declining for years, a decline the city claims it wants to reverse. The tree removal plus a large increase in impervious surface area is a recipe for increased heat island effect in our neighborhood, not to mention higher energy costs that go with increased AC use. According to the Union of Concerned Scientists Killer Heat Report interactive tool, by 2036, the projected number of days over 90 degrees for Charlottesville is 84, up from 37, the number from the period 1971 to 2000. If this proposal passes, a precedent will be set to build more high-rise, high-density buildings in the JPA neighborhood. If all the green space and smaller dwellings of the JPA area continue to be replaced by high-rises, as some seem to favor, has the city considered the likelihood of rolling power blackouts being imposed due to high AC use in future hot summers? A few neighborhood questions and concerns so far unaddressed by the city or by the developer. Why doesn't the city consider the impact to the side streets as much as the impact to the entrance corridor? For example, the huge concrete wall facade that will present across the street from my house is overwhelming and will not be softened by a few tree saplings. In the place where that facade is supposed to be is now a magnificent maple 5 stories high, plus 7 flowering cherries over 2 stories high. And of course, those will disappear. The parking, in conclusion, I request that you carefully look once more at the immense building footprint of this project, which dwarfs every building in sight of it and is inappropriate for the neighborhood. The city and the developer have not sufficiently ensured that this proposed building will not negatively impact the neighborhood. Please do not approve this application.
Thank you very much. Can we please hear from someone online now?
Our next online person is Matthew Gilligan. Matthew?
Good evening, Planning Commission and councilors. This is Matthew Gilligan. I live at 726 Orangedale Avenue in Fifeville. I'm speaking on behalf of Livable Seaville. At Livable Seaville, we advocate for policies to build an inclusive Charlottesville area with affordable housing, sustainable transportation, and healthy neighborhoods welcoming to all. I am speaking in support of the 2005-2007 Jefferson Park Avenue special use permit. We think this is an important project that should be approved. A key to fixing Charlottesville's affordability crisis is building more housing. The rental vacancy rate in Charlottesville is very low, possibly below 2%. There simply aren't enough homes to meet our needs, and rent continues to rise as a result. Increasing the supply of rental homes will help shift power to the nearly 60% of city residents who are renters and away from landlords. Every part of our city needs more places for people to live, but the JPA corridor is a perfect spot to add capacity. Future land use map and comprehensive plan call for this type of density along JPA and housing with good transit, bike, and pedestrian access to key locations like UVA. Best of all, by meeting student demand there, we can prevent students from sprawling into nearby neighborhoods like 10th and Page and Fifeville and worsening displacements of longtime residents. This is the locations where students, who are nearly all renters, have said they want to live. UVA Student Council said last fall in an excellent letter about the comprehensive plan that more student housing should go on the JPA corridor. Allowing more housing where students want to be is consistent with the city's affordable housing, which expresses the need to, quote, increase the supply of housing and slow the increase in housing costs while protecting lower income and other marginalized communities. Another key to addressing our housing crisis is subsidizing affordable housing. And the developer is planning to contribute nearly $500,000 to the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund as a condition to build. This will help fund groups like CRHA, LEAP, AHIP, PHA, and Habitat for Humanity in the work to address local housing issues, while the increased real estate tax revenue from the property will help fund other city services, including schools. Approving this development will signal that the city wants more housing built along the JPA Fontaine corridor, and we think that's a good thing. We call on the Planning Commission to recommend approval and for City Council to follow through on the commitments made in the comprehensive plan and vote in favor. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. Can we please hear from someone in person?
Our next speaker, Megan Badushi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Megan Bushy. I live at 126 Observatory Avenue. Thank you so much for all of your questions and engagement so far. This has been a great presentation, and thank you for your slideshow. I'm here today to protest all of the special use permits that have been presented to the city for the 2005 Jefferson Park Avenue. My family and I are residents of Observatory Avenue and have lived here for over 15 years. We didn't buy the property as an investment. It was a decision made in good conscience to live close to where we work and recreate. I work for UVA, therefore walk to work, and my husband works for Blue Wheel Bicycle downtown, where we are part owners, and he rides his bike to work. We are a family of 4, sometimes 5, when a parent stays for an extended visit. Our boys are 7 and 10, play in the yard and along the entire street and neighborhood. Our community on Observatory Avenue is unique. We have 15 houses, 9 are occupied by homeowners. This does not include the 2005 Jefferson Park Avenue. This is the largest percent of owner-occupied houses in the JPA neighborhood. When you're here, you can feel the difference. We are active in our yards and use our surrounding amenities to the fullest. Please understand that we are also close to a lot of green space like O Hill and the reservoir right down the road. Many of our residents have lived here on Observatory Avenue for 25 years, and one for even 40. I'm here today to stress how important it is to keep the charm and character alive on our street and for the JPA entrance corridor to UVA and the city of Charlottesville. Why does this apartment complex need to be any bigger than the current zoning allows by right? We, speaking for my family, we oppose the special use permits for increased density to 70 dwellings per acre, amounting to 119 units total. This equals 390 occupants. These 390 occupants are going to come with their vehicles. I know that a lot of people have said that they don't. If you've been on JPA during the week, you know that there are a lot of cars and a lot of congestion already. This will also reduce the green space. It will increase the traffic, like I said, and the production of trash. We oppose the special use permits for increasing the height from 45 feet to 75 feet, and we oppose the special use permits for reducing on-site parking by 22%. Of course, this increase in height is to accommodate more dwellings, thus is increasing the population and traffic that's already been mentioned. And decreasing the parking requirements will clog our narrow streets. And of course, the shadowing and the reduction in green space. We oppose the special use permit to reduce the rear setback. Current zoning calls for 75 feet. The special use permit reduces it to 36. We would like the entire 75 feet to provide a vegetative buffer, hopefully of native plantings, to protect the charm and the character of our 100-year-old homes. I had a visual aid to show everybody, but everybody here has one. So I just think that we can do better. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Creasy, could you describe the visual aid for those watching and for myself?
Sure, it's a map of the area. It's a, yeah.
I don't know if I can see that.
Yeah,
You've seen it
it,
in the presentation.
yeah, it denotes the locations of the free trolley surrounding the parcel under discussion this evening, and then provides a rendering right over the property of the proposal.
Thank you. Can we please hear from someone online?
Okay, our next speaker is Ethan Van Berkel. Oops.
Are we good?
Ethan, can we hear you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Hi. Good evening, planning commissioners and counselors. My name is Ethan. I'm a first-year urban planning and civil engineering student here at UVA. I will be living at 102 Kent Terrace next month. I'm an upcoming resident of the JPA neighborhood. I'm speaking in support of this rezoning, not just as a student of UVA, but as a community member of Charlottesville. The student housing and the general housing situation in Charlottesville is in a dire situation. There's clearly not enough housing for the student population. Even with the university's current housing creation programs, such as the new upperclassmen housing being constructed on Brandon Avenue, there's not enough space for every student to have a reasonable housing situation. I recently went through this dreaded leasing process. I had to deal with downright predatory landlord companies, some even unwilling to talk to me in person, and I had to sift through thousands of houses that were just in incredibly poor visible condition. Housing is a human right regardless of the status of the occupant. Students are members of the Charlottesville community too. The JPA corridor is perfect for this type of rezoning. Students prefer this corridor due to its proximity to the engineering and STEM buildings on grounds and its cheaper and laid-back nature when compared to the Corner and 14th Street neighborhoods. The approval of these rezoning requests will have trivial impact on the community. JPA is vastly consistent of a student population. We need to provide for the students as they are who make up the majority of the neighborhood. Building here in JPA rather than in other areas such as south of the train tracks in Fifeville or in areas such as the downtown mall will decrease the pressure needed of student housing around the grounds of UVA and across Charlottesville. This project will not single-handedly solve the student housing situation, but will serve as an example that Charlottesville welcomes progress. Additionally, please realize that students rarely drive. I can attest, I may be a first year, but I will not be bringing a car next year, and I know many people who won't. There's no reason to. I walk to class, we walk to class, I drive home once or twice a semester. And just like how Cece said, cars are scantily uses. I would also like to point out that a lot of the street parking on JPA is not used by students. I've noticed a lot of UVA Health and UVA University employees who park there rather than in the Emmett Ivy in the stadium lots, as it does not cost as much money. The apartment complex that is about to be approved is very close to classroom buildings, and once again, students drive significantly less than the average Charlottesville resident. Students are community members regardless of their temporary nature. I have asked around my friend groups in the planning school, and I've noticed an overwhelming sense of support with these types of projects I aim to represent. And I would like to point out that because this is a long public hearing on Tuesday night, and we are in the midst of exam season, I wrapped up exams this morning, and we are in the middle of an evening exam period. There are not a lot of students here, but I aim to represent those students. What affects the students in Charlottesville will eventually affect the city as well. A vote to pass this rezoning is a vote to support Charlottesville and its residents into the future. Thank you.
And thank you. Can we hear from someone in person, please?
All right, we've completed our list of in-person individuals. Are there any individuals who are in person still who would like to speak? Yes, sir. Please give your name and address when you start, please.
My name is Jay Brown, and I live at 110 Shamrock Road, which is at about 300 feet from the proposed project. I'm opposed to the special use permit, and here's why. the size of the construction and, and the setback. I think the applicant was less than generous to the neighborhood in pointing out the least special buildings along JPA. The Woodard property, for example, right at Hammond Street is a beautiful apartment building, and it's all at five stories. The building at 1815, the Crayfick property is a wonderful place. It's all within 5 stories, and the setback is terrific. In the high rent district, at 1602, right at Valley Road, there's a very nice setback, and it's all within 5 stories. Nice properties can be built in our neighborhood at 5 stories, and when I have some, and they're already here, and there's no need for a special use permit to permit the applicant to build something that's much higher. There's staying in compliance with the current zoning is just fine, and great properties can be built at this in compliance with the current rules. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, my mute button went funky on me. Can we please hear from someone online?
Sure. Our next speaker is Bailey Morrow. Bailey?
Hi, are you hearing me all right? Wonderful. Good evening, all. My name is Bailey Morrow. I live at 109 Shamrock Road. I'm an urban planner and a renter, and a former student of UVA, and I'm here to speak in favor of the project with a caveat. This development provides a significant number of dwelling units for students near the university, which is much needed given the squeeze that the Charlottesville student rental community is experiencing. However, the commission is quick to dismiss student concerns because of the transient nature of student renters. That being said, student renters are a vital force in Charlottesville's economy, especially in this section of town with the commercial node at JPA and Maury. And Aspen is a well-known student housing provider in the Southeast and Midwest, and so it's safe to assume that this development's units are going to be marketed towards students. However, Aspen's student developments are often marketed as luxury living, with rents often going over $1,000 per bedroom in some of their other developments. So from the staff report, I strongly disagree with the Office of Community Solutions comment preferring that on-site affordable dwelling units be provided for non-students versus the cash in lieu contribution, because this is a development that'll be for students. Furthermore, I'm disappointed by Aspen's decision to make a cash in lieu contribution rather than provide on-site affordable units. This is going to result in pushing students who can't afford luxury units further away from their classes. This exacerbates equity issues in Charlottesville housing. Those who can't afford to live near the amenities that they need are greatly inconvenienced with longer commute times, living away from transit, food, commercial opportunities, and more. Without affordable units for students, instead, students of lesser means like myself are pushed away from living near the university, encroaching on long-term rentals and homeowner-occupied neighborhoods elsewhere in the city. Given the current rents of around $500 per bedroom in the existing housing on Washington Ave, more needs to be done to ensure that the new units that will replace them are affordable for the market that will be renting from that property. Those are students. Overall, this development moves Charlottesville in the right direction as outlined by the comprehensive plan, this being a higher density mixed use corridor, but it only serves a small subset of privileged renters. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Can we please hear from the next person?
Sure, we don't have any additional in-person individuals who haven't spoken so far. So we will go to the list. And our next speaker is Marilyn Pooling, sorry. Marilyn, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm Marilyn Poling. I am a resident homeowner on 123 Observatory Avenue. My main concerns are with parking and traffic. There have been assertions that 390 bedrooms and 125 parking spaces won't be a problem. My observations of student rented houses and small apartment buildings on Observatory Avenue is that there is 1 car per student. Observatory is narrow, and any parking related to the 2005 JPA project would make the passage of fire trucks and rescue squad vehicles impossible to go up Observatory. Even if there are permits required between, I think the hours were midnight and 7 p.m., that means it would be just fine for there to be no access for fire trucks and rescue squad between 7 p.m. and midnight, and a longer period of time on Sundays. If permits were needed for 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, how strictly and consistently could they be enforced? Would it be strict and consistent enough to prevent all residents and their guests from ever parking illegally? Would enforcement be towing or just ticketing? How often would the street be checked for illegal parking? Would it be checked during the night as well as the day? A party with guests parking illegally could happen during an evening when a fire truck or rescue squad vehicle is needed immediately. This happening even once could have fatal consequences. As for traffic, as I and several others have commented, the outlet from Observatory Avenue to JPA is dangerous as it is, since there is no visibility to the left when cars are parked along JPA. Any increase in traffic caused by the 2005 JPA project will increase the danger in exiting from Observatory Avenue. Also, I would like to take exception with something that was just mentioned tonight, and that is the developer's apparent hope or possibly plan that homeowners will just go away in the very near future. I couldn't afford to buy another house somewhere else in Charlottesville, and the effect on my life would not be trivial.
Thank you. Can we please hear from the next person?
Our next speaker is Crystal Passmore. Crystal?
Hi, my name is Crystal Passmore, and I live on Forest Ridge Road. I think this is a great project to move forward on. It'll put students where students want to live. Turns out UVA students will generally try to live near the school, just like the woman who talked earlier who chose to live in walking distance from work. This will allow more students the exact same opportunity that she had and that she seems to appreciate. And just as the last speaker was saying, it's very expensive to live in the city. Moving farther from campus is not a trivial act. And it would be nice if homeowners in the area recognize that other people, especially students, have these same desires. I don't know where people opposed to this project think the students will live, if not in this building, in more buildings like it that will hopefully be built. Students are being forced to live further and further out in Charlottesville, forcing them to drive. The terrible traffic near campus is most likely from people who live over a mile away, not people who live close, who park their car a mile away. I've had this experience when I lived on campus. My car wasn't even a mile away, it was a half mile away, and I never used it. The people who drove on campus were the people who lived in the outer counties. I also want people who are concerned about trees to think about where these students will live and where a new housing will go if not near campus. There are plenty of trees being cut down in Albemarle to make new subdivisions so people can live there, and it's a lot more than 6 trees. So I think the environmental concerns, people don't consider what happens if you do nothing. What happens if you do nothing is people drive into the town more, live farther away, drive farther, more people own cars. Some of the things that they're complaining about are the results of not allowing this kind of housing. So I think this is a great project to move forward with. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Can we hear from the next person?
That was our, oh, we do have another person, William Schraff. William? Mr. Schraff, are you able to unmute?
All
There
right,
you go.
now I'm unmuted. Thank you for your time and listening.
I'm sorry, can you try to speak more clearly? We had you for a moment, and then you dropped out. Worse. Still bad.
I'm not sure exactly I know how to change it. I own the property.
Mr. Schaff, we can't hear you. Are you able to adjust your microphone?
Hold on, let me try.
Thank you. I can just barely hear you with my brand new headphones here.
I'll be forced to pass because I can't do it easily.
All right, well, if you can get it fixed, I see a couple other people have raised their hands. If you can get it fixed, please do raise your hand. We do want to hear from you. No worries. Thank you.
There's also a call-in number, Mr. Chair, I might be able to mention.
We
I don't
will-
know it, but.
We'll move to Caleb Sika, and then we'll try Mr. Schaaf again. All right. Caleb?
Hello, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Awesome, cool. Yeah, my name is Caleb Sika. I live on Moreland Street. I'm a fourth year at the University of Virginia. I want to express my support for the development, just under the caveat as well of the affordable housing provision and with cash in lieu of the affordable housing provision. I think earlier in this meeting, someone mentioned the kind of cost of affordable housing is about $300K per unit. And I think around 9 units would be kind of standard in a subdivision like this. So kind of not even 2 units of passing on to the development. I understand the need for a business to run as a business, but if they're charging kind of luxury rate rents for student housing that's close to the university, that's much needed. Obviously, more supply in the market is good for students. It'll give more students a place to live. It'll prevent students from pushing people out of a lot of the local community out of their current homes. However, I think that kind of doesn't represent the inclusionary zoning that the city has kind of tried to prioritize in its comprehensive plan. I think the 2018 needs assessment is quoted as needing 3,318 affordable units, and that was in 2017. It's projected to be over 4,000 by 2040. I think out of 116 units, we can afford maybe a little bit more than 500K, especially for a large developer like this current client. So I overall do want to express my support for them. I understand they're a business. I understand if they're asking for more floors in terms of more units, that's more revenue. If that's over $1,000 a month per bed, I think a few affordable units could be included, and that wouldn't have too much of an impact on their bottom line or their investors. So I would just express a bit more of a push that I'd hope to see being encouraged by the city and the planning commission towards the developer to include these things if it is approved. Thank you.
And thank you. Can we hear from the next person, please?
All right, we're going to try Mr. Schaaf again. Mr. Schaaf?
I'm not sure that I have fixed my microphone issue.
We can barely hear you still.
All right, if you give me the phone number, I could maybe call in. Otherwise, I apologize, and we'll move on. The phone number might be?
The phone number. Is there a phone number we can call?
It's, oh, wait. Phone number for staff to call and ask them for it.
You may also participate via telephone. With the Zoom registration, contacting staff at 434-970-3182 to ask for the dial-in number. I thought that was going somewhere.
In the past, communications staff have spoken privately with the person. It's never been announced publicly, to my knowledge. It's a big secret.
The
number on the
be
invite.
very quiet. Maybe we can
It's
hear.
not. It's what we usually have to do is go on.
It's
our requests. Sorry about that.
14702503958. It's a long number. It's on the invite, this invite.
Yeah, right.
Did you see that?
All right, here's the number again. It's a 1-470-250-9358.
Copy?
Yes, copy.
All right, thank you.
All right,
We'll hear from the next person.
Well, I think he's gonna need the meeting ID, right, after he calls in?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. We've got that if.
Stay with us on Zoom until.
Yeah. All right, well, do we have any other speakers? No more in-person opportunities at the moment. Any others online?
I hear the phone beautifully.
Is it asking for the ID?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the ID, 820-5929-0164.
It's happening. I can hear it. Trouble.
Technology is wonderful.
Mixed bag, gotta say. We'll give this a couple more minutes and then we have to move on, I'm afraid.
Mr. Chef does have some comments in the packet, if you guys want to take a look at that. I'm sure you read it, but pages 94 to 96.
I hear success.
Oh, we've got him.
Gentlemen, hopefully you can hear me on the telephone.
Please hit *6 on your phone.
There we go.
I said, gentlemen,
Zoom version. Thank you. Please.
it's ladies and gentlemen.
You'll have to mute the computer.
Maybe mute on our end.
I manually force muted him.
Missy, tell him that he needs to mute his, he needs to mute his computer. Please mute your computer.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
It's got an echo in it. I apologize to the planning committee. Thank you for your efforts. I own the property at 113 Washington, and I think we are missing some of the very basics outside the structure with regards to traffic, particularly on Washington Avenue, as well as entering onto JPA. The contours of the roads make it challenging for cars to see. If you've ever lived next to a dumpster for anything from McDonald's to a motel, the noise from garbage distribution, pickup, etc., is challenging at best. The fact that our houses will not exist in X number of years from now is an amazing prediction on the future and tends to serve the needs of the developer more than the needs of the community of Charlottesville. We love Charlottesville. We've invested there. We've owned there. We're proud of it. We hope that the committee will take a serious look at the impact of traffic, parking, and to think that the student that's going to pay the rental price of those apartments will not have an automobile someplace very close by, plus guests that will come and visit them, is somewhat naive. I doubt I can ever stop the project, but I want its scale and magnitude scaled back to the existing regulations in effect today. I thank you for your time. Thank you for your interest.
And thank you. I believe that was our last speaker. Final call. If you want to speak before the commission on this item, now is your time. Hearing none, I believe we can call this public hearing to an end. Thank you all very much. At this time, I would like to shift to discussion of this item, and I believe I've got some gaveling to do. Let me review my gavel notes. All right, we can speak at this time as the Planning Commission, but in order to make any entrance court or review motions, we will need to gavel over. Let us speak now as a Planning Commission. I'd like to start with Mr. Mitchell.
Why do I always have to go first? This is a difficult one. The project is not in harmony with existing conditions. The scale, the mass, is concerning. But if we only did if we did nothing and allowed a by right development to happen, we would still lose the tree canopy. We would still lose the. We would still have the issue with the integration of the new water and sewage infrastructure into the existing water and sewage infrastructure. So even with the by right, those are issues that are going to be there, and something's going to be built on this property. We do need more housing in Charlottesville, and we do need a bit of a relief valve. We need more housing in Charlottesville that's closer to UVA, so that the housing that's further away from UVA can be used by the rest of our citizenry that probably cannot afford housing that's that close to UVA. With a by right development, we would not get the, I agree with Michael that $500,000 is not as much as we'd like, but with a by right development, we wouldn't get anything, I don't believe. At least we're getting something with this. And we're getting 119 units or some number approaching that we desperately need, and we actually desperately need in that neighborhood. But again, I remain a little worried about the shadowing effect, the West Haven-like effect that this would have on the people that currently live there. And I do remain a little worried about the lack of harmony with the existing conditions. But, and again, forgive me for being so circular, but I didn't get a chance to gather my thoughts until Lau put me on the spot. Yeah.
We can come back to you if you wish.
Let me, I think I'm going to be wrapping up here in a minute anyway. Yeah, that's all I've got for now. If something else comes back, I'll bring it to you.
That's fine. Thank you. Ms. Dow.
Okay, so I have a couple of comments and questions about the project. I first want to say that I am too very torn. We do need more housing in the city. But are we going off our rules and regulations that we already have in place, or are we going off the rules and regulations that are coming into the future? And if we're going off rules and regulations that are coming into the future, then I also have a question for more information and clarification about the statement that Mr. Payne made, because if that's the case, how would this negatively impact whatever group we were talking about? And I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it, that is requiring the affordable housing initiative. Help me out there. Because that's where I'm really having some heartburn. If we're gonna go off future endeavors for this project and this SUP, then we need to go off future endeavors for everything related to this. The other question or statement that I had, I've already said something about, I'm very concerned about the massing and scale of the building. And also that it's only gonna be it seems to be marketed only to UVA residents, where I am aware that we only have students living in this area, but the University of Virginia needs to be responsible for housing their students. They take the tuition from these students, they need to house these students. If the students don't wanna live in their housing, then that's something that UVA is gonna have to step up their game on this. We do need housing, but this is definitely not going anywhere towards our affordable housing. And my next question would be to Mr. Palmer, has UVA capped enrollment? Because if UVA has not capped enrollment and they don't have housing for each student that they enrolled, yes, this will create more housing, but it is not gonna lift the burden on the other housing stock that we have in the city. I had a couple of other things, but pretty much that was my perspective or my objective in the long run. I think we need to make, as a board or commission, we need to decide, are we going off of what our land use or what our constituents already are at present? Or are we going off what we are future forward working towards? Because that's gonna make a huge difference in how, not only I think that the planning commission presents their recommendation to city council, but also that's gonna make a difference on how city council is gonna pass or have their vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd prefer to hear from Mr. Palmer a little bit later, if that's all right.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Great. Mr. Habat, please.
Thanks. I want to thank the applicant for their presentation and everyone for their comments this evening. For me, I guess to start, I appreciate that the parking lot is hidden from you, utilizing the topography to hide all the cars, and that they're doing that terracing and adding that public amenity to JPA and the surrounding side streets. I guess I support all of staff's SUP recommendations, if we're doing that part right now. What I do want to say, though, is that the application is not meeting the #1 standard, and kind of going to the previous point, it basically, nothing would meet it if we were going to follow the comp plan's new future land use designation in that neighborhood. The thing that kind of gives me doubt is that transition to the surrounding neighborhood and that massing and scale. And kind of, I would have liked to see more set step backs leading to the surrounding neighborhoods to kind of mitigate that shadowing effect a little bit. And I'm also disappointed in the cash in lieu, but that I acknowledge is something that we cannot control. That's it for me.
That is a long list. Mr. Alejandro, please.
So, I agree with a lot of the staff analysis analysis comments that talk about the form and the height problems, the issues being, it's stated many times in here, and trying to find ways to mitigate those, the inconsistency between what is proposed and the surrounding neighborhood. And, but I don't believe the suggested remedies really do much to take care of that. I read in our comprehensive plan that we've just adopted, goal number 7 for land use, urban form, and historic and cultural preservation, that for entrance corridors, we are to ensure that the quality of development in Charlottesville's designated entrance corridor overlay districts is compatible with the adjacent neighborhood's historic, architectural, and cultural resources. I am not in favor of sacrificing a long-term neighborhood for providing student housing for the university. I think the people who have lived here, the single-family homes, detached homes in this neighborhood deserve. I mean, we can't just pretend like they're not there, because the future land use plan is anticipating that they're not going to be there. They are there. They've been there for some time. They deserve to be respected, and I think the project as presented is just too large for this context. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Russell, please.
Thanks. I think I agree, and I would want to see the design of the entire building respond better to the lower density surrounding it. Rory, to your point about like the entrance corridor guideline ironically applying to the street and not the sides. Well, in this case, like the sides are serving as kind of a primary too. So those same design principles that we utilize in the entrance corridors also sort of are translatable to Observatory in Washington, because they want to have that same human scale and relationship with the building as well, as to not be overshadowed and feel inhumane. I think this could be done with, but it'd be sacrificing some of the density, I think, because it'd have to step back, and where would that space go? I thought the idea of doing sun studies was interesting. And I still am concerned about the issue of parking on both sides of the street, certainly on Washington, because I was out there and it is a very narrow road. Councilor Payne's point about, the sort of unfortunate timing of this review, this project coming before us when we don't have the affordable housing overlay in place. I don't think we can rule on it in that, under that context. We can't say like, well, let's try to wait until this, they make them come back and then therefore get additional affordability. I don't think we can look at it like that. We have to view it in current time. But it is interesting to kind of note that in the future, we would hope that affordability could be achieved through a bonus that we can't really ask for here. That's all for me.
Thank you. Mr. Stolzenberg, please.
Thank you. So I think there are a few things to cover here. First off, I guess thinking about the future land use map and potential future zoning versus our current regulations. I think it's important to note that what we're looking at here is not a rezoning. It's not doing something in advance of this comprehensive rezoning we're planning on doing. It's a special use permit under our existing zoning. And so the question is, whether the factors in issuing a special use permit are met here or not. And the big sticking point is number one, whether the proposed use or development will be harmonious with existing patterns of use and development within the neighborhood. And obviously, a 5-story building in the rear elevation is not identical to a 2-story single-family detached house. But it will shock you guys to learn, harmonious is not actually defined in the code. And so the question I think before us is whether a 5-story building can coexist next to even smaller buildings, including detached houses. Whether it's sacrificing the neighborhood in order to have a 5-story building down the street. And I'd note that there's already a 4.5-story building at the head of the street. That this building does transition down in apparent height as you get away from the corridor. And we've talked a lot about this idea of that we've seen, right, when the standard and the flats were built, where the school district, the school division for K-12 saw more children enrolling in schools because families were moving into houses in 10th and Page and in Fifeville that had previously been occupied by students. And we've talked a lot about this idea of how this will, pull those students into a smaller footprint and help those other neighborhoods that are seeing students sprawl out. But I think it doesn't just apply to those other neighborhoods farther away. I think it also applies here on Observatory Avenue and Washington Avenue in a microcosm, right? We've heard from members of the community how they enjoy living on a street and in a neighborhood where students and homeowners can coexist, and how many of them, in fact, live in houses that were rentals. And if you pull students out of those detached houses and into purpose-built student housing, then those houses may open up, and there may be opportunities for more homeowners to move in. So, contrary to the idea that it would force out homeowners, this project specifically is not displacing any homeowners. There are no homeowners on this parcel. We're adding many more student housing. I often say, I lived near something or knew people who did. I happen to know people who lived in 113 Washington, actually, Mr. Schaaf's house. And for quite a few years, actually, they did. A whole group of people, when some moved out, others moved in. The house, I think, is fairly typical of those along Washington. It's not in very good condition, and it's quite expensive for students. As we heard from some students today, they need more opportunities for housing, and the process of finding somewhere to live is it's absolutely brutal. And so this will have benefits for not just students, but also in creating opportunities for non-students, for UVA employees, for people who just want to live in town in a walkable neighborhood to live in the city. And I think as massing materials, I think we can make improvements. I think the extended entrance corridor review process should be an interesting time, and I think we can make it better. But I agree, it does need some work. Of course, my aesthetic opinions are probably perhaps not the most popular, and maybe they're not very good at all. I don't know. I will say one other thing. Purpose-built student housing off grounds instead of on grounds, they all basically end up in the same place, except they're actually paying less even at these luxury off grounds places than they do off grounds. I lived in Lambeth my second year in a 3-bedroom apartment, in a 3-bedroom apartment. You live in double occupancy, so there's 6 people in a unit, which is actually illegal in the city. But all told, that's $4,440 a month for 9 months. In effect, you're paying $4,900, nearly $5,000 a month for a 3-bedroom unit. Even the most expensive off-grounds housing is cheaper. And on the flip side, we get real estate taxes from that, right? This building, even conservatively valuing each apartment, is $250,000 assessment. we'd be pulling in over $300,000 a year in taxes that we wouldn't get if it was on-grounds housing, even though all those kids would still be, using the sidewalks and our bus system and, altogether having the same impact on the city as they would if they lived just off grounds instead of on grounds. And then lastly, for the parking reduction, which I think I appreciated the logic of doing it. Of course, I think I was the one who suggested it in the first place. Seeing that it doesn't reduce or doesn't allow more above ground area to put more units in is, of course, disappointing, which makes it a question of what the public benefits are. And the reasoning, I think, is that it reduces traffic because you have fewer cars. And I'm certainly sympathetic to that argument. To me, there's an old joke that university lab groups are gaseous. They fill the available space. And to me, that's true of students' cars as well. If there's somewhere for them to go, those kids will bring cars. And if there's nowhere to put them at all, and having a car will be a huge inconvenience and possibly very expensive and make you, spend a ton of time finding a place to park it, they won't bring it. But as we also heard, they also don't drive very much in general because they mostly use those cars to go maybe twice a month to the grocery store and then to drive home for holidays. I would, so while I'm very sympathetic to the traffic argument, even to the effect that it is, I don't think it's really going to have a negative benefit to reduce, or a negative effect on the rest of the city to reduce the amount of parking. I don't know if that line of reasoning is going to convince everybody else, and it would be great if we could see a more tangible public benefit to that request. While reducing the amount of excavation is great, it's going to reduce the disruption of the surrounding neighborhood. It's certainly going to save you guys an absolute ton of money. There are many things that I can't ask you for, and it would make, I'm the backer of it. It would make my life as arguing that parking reductions are great and benefit everybody a lot easier if there were more concrete things I could point to, I guess I'll say, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
That got uncomfortable for a moment, but I think we got there. Well done. Mr. Palmer, please.
Right, I'll be brief. To Ms. Dow's question about enrollment caps, that's always a difficult question in the sense that we are a state institution, and so there's always a negotiation at a higher level on enrollment numbers and things like that. That said, we're not currently in a era or a required enrollment increase time. So if you look at our official projections, they're flat. Historically, though, when you look back, we tend to grow about 1% a year, and that's just more students accepting their offer than anticipated, or for a variety of reasons. So that's the best I can say that there. In terms of UVA housing, building more housing, we're currently building and planning, on-grounds housing. As we've all kind of acknowledged, it's never enough, it seems like. Those decisions are, they're financial. This UVA housing is like self-financed, so they kind of have to have it pencil out, and they have only a certain amount of debt capacity, those things. Plus, there's, institutional strategic reasons to build or not build student housing that kind of come and go, depending on, institutional priorities, things like that. We're also, I just wanted to point out, we are kind of taking our first steps towards providing some affordable housing to the community through the Affordable Housing Initiative. One of the sites that has been advertised or that we've identified is the Piedmont Housing site, which is just down Fontaine from here. So, you know, in terms of having affordable housing close in the future, that will be a place of, you know, where the university's trying to provide something. Yeah, beyond that, you know, hopefully that kind of answers those questions. In terms of this particular project, I think you guys have all kind of hit on the main aspects of it. You know, if we assume that it's primarily students living there, and if we assume that their coming and goings is primarily not car related, it's bike, peds, bus, I think it's important that this development kind of really conform with the streets at work, provide those wide sidewalks and whatnot. You know, it's great to have the inside bike parking. I think when it gets down to site planning, it's probably important to have a lot of exterior bike parking as well as space for scooters and things like that, because students or people coming to the development don't necessarily know where, you know, to put their bike inside if they're not familiar with the site. Or if you're on a scooter, you're just kind of dropping it. You can't really, you know, if it's one of those for rent, you can't really take it inside anyway. So to avoid them accumulating in sidewalks and places like that, I think it would be important. As far as, I won't go much further, just, you know, in thinking about that rear setback, whether it's, you know, 45 feet or 35 feet or 75 feet, I think anything the developer can do to make that a more public and open space. I like the idea of like the bike path through there, but I saw on some plan a dog park. But as long as that's, you know, make those things open to the community, that might help the residents of Observatory Avenue kind of enjoy that space a little better and get some benefit from it as well. I think that would be great. Anyway, I think those are kind of all my main comments right now, so thanks.
And thank you. Ms. McGill?
Nothing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Payne, if you wish.
No thoughts from you, Lime?
I may say something at the end. We'll see.
All right, all right. Plenty of thoughts. I mean, you know, I think a lot of it we've already discussed and touched on. I would say one, looking at the step back, you know, I visited the site yesterday, walked it. You look at the site, you look at JPA. I think it's very clear that one, density already exists in that corridor. This is a corridor where density already is a positive thing, can and will be a positive thing. And so I'm starting from that premise that, you know, density will be a positive thing here and should proceed. When I look at the presentation, which had a lot of good information, I do feel like the massing, the scale, the setback, I definitely worry about that casting a shadow over the neighborhood and being very unharmonious. I think there's a lot more that could be done to mitigate that. I definitely agree with the direction of staff's recommendations. I don't know if it goes far enough necessarily. And I think that's important for two reasons. One, to have a good project, but two, again, as I mentioned with the standard, when that project went up, what was the longer term consequence? There was a de facto downzoning throughout that area. If we're not able to prove to the community that we can do density in a way that is harmonious, human scale, and successful, which I fully believe we can do and have done, there are going to be consequences long term. And we may think, none of us on the Planning Commission or Council may decide, you know, we want to downzone a neighborhood or completely change course on the direction of our zoning rewrite or comprehensive plan. But we're probably not going to all be here forever. And I think it's just important that we take the time to get these things right, because there will be, I worry, there will be consequences if we don't. And the final thing I would say on the affordability component, others have touched on this, but this is really frustrating for me, and I don't know the path forward, because this happened with another SUP a few weeks ago, where we're in this just strange situation where we're sort of evaluating decisions with the future land use map and zoning rewrite in mind. But if we're using that in our evaluation, that will include our framework of inclusionary zoning and affordable housing overlays, which are critical to the success of that plan for affordable housing. And so I do really have a concern of, if we ended up in an area where the zoning rewrite, just for example, was 5 stories by right, and we're going up, you know, we are kind of giving away the farm a little bit compared to what that situation would be otherwise, because back of the envelope map, if we just assumed we were doing our current requirements for units in inclusionary zoning and we didn't even strengthen it, that difference between 9 units, either on-site or off-site, is around over $3 million of subsidy de facto for affordable housing compared to $500,000. It'd probably be even stronger than that. And that makes a difference, and it makes a difference across time for the people who are probably going to be building this thing, the people who are going to be serving these students at UVA. Shout out to the Bodo's workers unionizing, if you're watching. But those are things I think we really should take into account. When we've already accepted that density is positive, is going to happen, I think we really need to take the time to figure out if we can push further on those details, because we may think, we're close enough, but it's going to make a significant difference in people's lives. Real final thing is, one of the things I'm also thinking of is, what is the delta between the value of this property before we've rezoned it and after we rezone it? What is the profit that this developer is going to generate before we rezone it versus after? And we've definitely made some real bad decisions in the past where we just created so many obstacles, they just built by right, and it was similarly profitable, and so we get a CVS or a by right office space instead of housing. But could, at least in theory, there be another case where, if we didn't evaluate what that delta is, we kind of give away the farm in terms of the amount of value being generated to them, and they're only contributing $500,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund compared to, who knows, how many millions generated by the SUB being approved? I think that is important for us to, at least for me, to try to think through and evaluate, because this is a company which, best as I could tell looking at their LLCs, operates nationwide, has a portfolio of hundreds of properties, billions of dollars in total financing, builds these cookie cutter luxury student apartments, at least in the interior, you know, has a design ready to come in to have the cheapest, most profitable construction possible. That's a company that can definitely contribute more. And I understand the situation we're in where we don't want to, you know, shoot down density, and a lot of the good things are about that. But I do kind of have a structural problem with the fact that you have a major national developer with billions of dollars building luxury student housing, contributing 0 affordable housing units, and just a drop in the bucket to the CAF. People are kind of right to be pissed off that that's a structural problem, and I understand there are limitations of how we approach that, but anyway, talked long enough.
Well put, thank you. Mr. Pinkston, please.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that I really have anything, any further questions to ask. I am a little, just because I'm new, and I should have asked these questions before I came in, and I'm sorry, but what's the process past this point? So you all vote tonight, and then a recommendation, yea or nay, goes to us, is that right?
Exactly so.
Okay.
Another public hearing, and then ideally a decision.
Okay. And then I guess, and this is something we all should talk about, I guess. I mean, we are in this odd spot of, we've pretty much said this is the kind of development and density that we want, i.e. the future land use map, and yet we're trying to catch up with the zoning to make that happen. You know, was one thought for the developer to press pause and come back when we've got all that worked out. I guess that would be on them to decide. I am torn because I think, Mr. Stolzenberg's points were well made. We need to assess this in terms of what the rules are now. But, what we're all hoping for in the city is what the consultant laid out tonight in terms of, I think, how we want JPA ultimately to look like. And I thought that she did a really good job of laying out, 8 stories, 7 stories, 6 stories, and then going back up. But I do think we're kidding ourselves if we're not thinking of that corridor as looking something similar to what's being proposed. And, I work at the university, and I wish the university would do more for housing their students, and I think that they're finally, getting that message. But we have to act ourselves, and I think the arguments in favor of more housing, even if it is luxury, it sounds like it's not luxury compared to living at the university, and having that housing closer to, all those things are, in my mind, push me towards wanting this development to happen. I'm not able to fully articulate, how we square that with the point number 1, which is, is it harmonious? To some degree, I think harmoniousness may be in the eye of the beholder. I will say that, again, I thought that in terms of how the design was laid out and the fact that you've got 7 stories in the front and 5 in the back, I thought that there was some care and attention to trying to integrate in the neighborhood, knowing that it is highly likely over the next decades that area will become more dense and with buildings that are taller. So I haven't really landed anywhere. I'm just mostly sort of laying out what I'm thinking. Would love to chat with people afterwards.
Thank you. Mayor Smith, please.
Couple of thoughts. First, I've been sort of struggling with the question of the first criterion, the harmonious criterion, and it occurs to me one of the problems we've long known about Euclidean zoning is that it doesn't accommodate change. It doesn't allow for us to go gradually from a little bit of density to a little bit more density. It allows us to say, okay, we're going to rezone the entire block or the entire neighborhood, and it doesn't let us go bit by bit. And so the first project that would get us going in the direction we want to be going in is always going to be not harmonious with what has gone on before. If you want to think about it, think about a key change, okay? Are we going a key change from C major to F sharp minor, or are we going from maybe C to G, which is, musicians will know, is a much more natural kind of a change. It's only one note's difference. But it makes a big difference. And once we start on that kind of a key change, harmoniousness change, then the next project is now harmonious with something. But it wasn't before that. So if we're going to make a change, we have to be willing to reconsider what it means to be harmonious. We also need to look at UVA. Actually, let me just touch on one other thing. Commissioner Stolzenberg touched on something that I think is absolutely vital to remember, that when those apartment complexes on West Main Street went up that we love to hate, one of the consequences was that about 800 more units came available in the surrounding neighborhood. And families moved in, and the kids came in, and the school enrollment went up very dramatically, so much so that the Weldon Cooper Center couldn't figure out what was going on, and they suddenly started extrapolating to huge numbers from the population growth. And of course, it wasn't that at all. It was a discontinuity, but that's what's happened. What happens there is we have to recognize that the housing market is segmented, there's a lot of crosstalk between the segments. And even if you're going to talk about this as being a luxury student housing project, I don't know what that means exactly, but I think it's fair to say that any student housing project is going to have some impact on the demand and the supply available in other segments of the housing market. The economic folks would talk about cross-price elasticity of demand, and the category, from one category to the next, they can measure it in various ways, but it is generally thought to be about 0.5 to 0.6 to 0.7 kind of thing, depending on how you're going to slice your quintiles. It does happen. I don't want to get too nerdy about the statistics. If it does happen, we know that UVA, as Mr. Palmer noted, and certainly it's been true for the last 40 years or so, UVA has consistently grown at about 1% a year. They will tell you that they don't have a plan, and it's probably true that they don't have a plan, but it just happens. They don't have a plan for it to not happen, and they certainly don't have a commitment for it to not happen. Back in the 80s, when we were discussing this with the university, and they kept saying, every year they kept saying, darn it, we had more people accept us than we were thinking, and we've got 100 students coming more than we thought we were going to have. After about the third year, I said, don't you get somebody in the admissions office who can count? What's the problem here? But it's been something that's happened year upon year upon year, and we just have to figure it's going to keep happening. UVA has said they're going to plan for housing second-year students. Last time I talked to somebody in the administration, they said that's at least 5 years away. There is no present plan right now for that to happen. And if you were to snap your fingers right now and say we're going to do it, it's probably 2.5 to 3 years away. And then they're not to that point yet, as I understand it. So all of this is to say the housing demand is still going to be there. If we get more units, it can only be good. Whether there are accommodations that need to be made to make this project perhaps less of a jarring impact on the surrounding the surrounding streets and neighbors, I haven't thought about deeply enough to know, and it's not really my area of expertise, and I will look into it more between now and whenever it gets to council. But I'm more broadly concerned about the economics and the philosophy of why we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I could just briefly, just quick comment.
Please.
I think we all agree that, no SUP would probably be worse than an SUP, in broad agreement that, we need more housing stock, including for UVA students. I think we all agree on that. Okay, so let's move beyond that. And to me, the question is, are our only options no SUP or what's in front of us right now? And do we have no leverage to try to get to a better project and no room to try to get to yes that resolves some of these issues in a better way? Could we have still gotten to yes on West Main and had maybe that same number of units, but not had as much of a giant monolithic wall facing West Haven and dealt with some of the issues with the sidewalks? I think we could have. I also think we had leverage to do it. I also think we have leverage here. So that's my point, and I sincerely don't want that to mean, just no SUP, or you saying like no to the need for student housing and density. I just think there's room for improvement, but everyone's points are very well taken.
Well put, thank you. In preparing for the rezoning, I stayed up late and read the 2003 rezoning process documents in total, all of them, and tweeted them out. I'd recommend it if you enjoy 2003 zoning documents. And what struck me was it was this conversation. The big cry was, where will the cars go? Where, we could have students live near UVA, but where will we put all the vehicles? And we didn't have a good answer in 2003. So the answer was, well, let's just not do anything. And we didn't do anything. We didn't solve any problems, and we are where we were. And it is my hope that we will not stay where we are, that we will find a way to move forward. With that, do I hear a motion?
Chair, before we make a motion, I'd just like to make a
Please.
comment. That question of UVA's enrollment was a rhetorical question. I work in getting kids for higher education. I was being funny when I said that. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew.
Thank you very much.
Now you know the answer.
I knew the answer before I asked it.
And just to recap on process, are we looking to make an entrance corridor motion first? We lost Missy, so.
Excellent point. Thank you. I hereby gavel us into entrance corridor review board. We have all changed our forms. You see us as we really are, entrance corridor review people.
I don't know if I have a majority here, but just to preface, I'd say from an entrance corridor perspective alone, I think there are many questions about materials and stuff that we're gonna eventually hash out. And I think everyone would agree the real question is generally the massing. And I think everyone would agree that from the JPA frontage, the elevation facing JPA, it's good. Basically no notes. I think everyone, maybe there's some concern about the prominence of the east tower, but it's divided up. There's, on the left side, it's kind of missing and set back. And then on the observatory and Washington sides, we have that quite long block, which I had Mr. Werner's very convenient and nice length comparisons. So 310 feet on the sides, and then it's going to be that 150-foot kind of solid mass in the back at 5 stories. And so to me, the biggest concerns are going to be certainly, actually, just by far, those side elevations. And in particular, the one on Observatory, out of respect to the community and the homeowners who live there. And then I think this will be a little bit less popular. To me, that back elevation, 5 stories and 150 feet, is somewhat less concerning. And I think the comparison to the standard and West Haven, while I certainly understand where it's coming from, is less than apt. West Haven, or the standard is quite a bit longer, 380 feet versus 150 feet. And perhaps much more importantly, it's 6 stories and then it's on a ridge. And so you get an additional 25, 30 feet in elevation change just from the hill going down to West Haven. So visually, it is just much, much larger and more prominent. And I think a better example, if I can ground you guys somewhere that I hope you know, are the Queen Charlotte apartments up between Jefferson and High at 2nd Street Northeast. And if you look at the north elevation there, it's fairly articulated in terms of, having gables and stuff. There is no screen like we're proposing, and it is 200 feet long, so 1/3 longer than we're discussing in this project. But these similarities, it's 4 stories, this is 5 stories, so a bit higher. And then it's 80 feet to the single-family houses, at least in form, across the street, the north side of High Street, where this is about 90 feet from what would be the north end of the building, up through the 36-foot screened buffer, and then I'm taking a little bit of a liberty here, but I'm saying to the next parcel up. That first parcel adjacent is the Virginia Outdoors Clubhouse. It's renter occupied. People fairly or unfairly don't seem as concerned with it, but to that next house up, which I believe is owner occupied, it's about 90 feet with that screen and with 5 stories. So to me, Queen Charlotte, while has always come across to me as a large building on that block, and awkward to walk past, is not inharmonious with or ruining or sacrificing those single-family houses that I believe are historically designated, or at least contributing, on the north side of High Street between 2nd and 3rd. And so to me, again, that rear facade, I think the conditions are appropriate. And it's those side elevations that I think we're gonna have to hash out in a long run. But so I think that it's, to a question before us today, is it possible for all the back and forth we're gonna do as entrance corridor review, for the adverse impacts to be mitigated? And I believe the answer is yes. So I move to find the impacts of increased building height and related massing and scale can be mitigated during the required design review process and therefore will not adversely impact the Fontaine Avenue, Jefferson Park Avenue entrance corridor. And relative to mitigating those impacts, recommend the conditions from staff's recommendations.
Did you guys go into EC?
Oh, did we gavel?
We did.
We gaveled.
Just check.
Thank you. I
And
hear a
will
motion.
second that. I'll second it.
Can we have
I hear a
conversation? Is there conversation then?
Sure. Yeah.
There is no conversation. Please state it.
Well, I agree with everything you say, Rory, but my read on that is that because those side elevations do adversely impact the corridor, then it's an adverse impact, but can be mitigated. In my opinion, I think we want to send a message that it's not okay the way it is. It needs to be changed, but it can be changed.
So process question, Mr. Warner made it sound like those were basically the same thing. I guess
It
in the
says
report,
suggested
it
and
does say
alternate.
alternate. Is that just about sending a message? Does it create any substantial differences in the process going forward? Because I'd be okay with withdrawing the motion and making that motion.
Yeah, I mean, the code itself is specific to the adverse impact. And so if there's felt that there is an impact, but it can be mitigated, as long as that's communicated in your vote, then you're okay. It's very similar to, some of you all may remember the gallery court application. We had a very similar conversation.
I have a quick question before you withdraw
Please.
your motion or we vote or move forward. And without going into a bunch of details, just like real surface level answer for me if you can. How are we gonna mitigate those impacts as far as the massing and scaling goes? How are we gonna mitigate impacts when we don't even have a shadow study done? How are we gonna mitigate impacts when we had a traffic study done on a Saturday?
Oh, I think Ms. Hannigan I actually also noticed that the traffic study date was Saturday. It turns out that date was wrong and it was a Tuesday. It was the 31st.
Okay.
That doesn't really address the other 2 points, but worth noting, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it can't be, I'm just saying for me, it would be much easier for me to make my decision if I could, because I'm not understanding how we're gonna mitigate the scale of this building unless the developer is gonna be like, oh, we're not actually going this high, or we're gonna break the side of those streets, what is it, Washington and Observatory, we're gonna break this up. So, not trying to be funny, I'm just trying to clearly understand
But this
how
is
is it
also
gonna be
not
mitigated.
the final entrance quarter review. We have to do another review.
Absolutely, but in
Yeah.
order for me to vote today, and if I'm gonna say these impacts can be mitigated, I would like to just get a rough surface, no whole lot of details of how would you do that? Because I don't see how you can mitigate mass and scale if they're not gonna change the mass and scale, which to me is the big issue at hand here. Yes.
Ms. Hannigan,
I
please
can't
wait.
call it.
Mr. Warner, can we hear from you on
I
this?
would say that.
Yes, I think so. Am I there?
Yeah.
You're here.
Yes, please help us.
I'm trying. I mean, it's, you've all answered the question. It's, this is the same thing we had with Gallery Court where we actually had gone in and said, because to mitigate the impact, there was no adverse impact, and there was just a lot of pushback that no, we can mitigate, but it's an adverse impact. So that's why there's that alternate in there, alternative statement. But you all, right now, this is the difficulty of this situation. You are approving a conceptual thing that will be a certain height. What the form and design and materials and colors of that will be are still up to you all to decide. And, speaking hypothetically, you could in the design review process say, we want this to be separated into two buildings. We want, you have that ability to push and pull the design. It's hard to express that because we're looking at something conceptual, and it's difficult to decouple from what we're seeing as a likely design. But I don't know any other way to say it than the design guidelines allow a tremendous amount of flexibility. You all can change this design. You have the ability to do that when it comes to you. There are a lot of ways to mitigate the perception of height and scale. You can't change what it actually is. You can affect that perception through good design. I think if you as a group feel that you can, with discipline, apply these guidelines and be firm about certain things, I think it can be done. But it's up to you all when that process begins.
Thank you. That is helpful. Ms. Dahl, does that address your concern?
Yes. So I guess the key point that I was looking for in his statement was we can mitigate the perception of the massing and scaling. Like, that's what I'm looking for, just not necessarily, because I don't get how you can change the scaling of a building or the size that they've already promoted. So I was just trying to figure out in my mind, how does that work to just be fair, not only to the applicant, but also to our constituents. I mean, not our constituents, sorry, it's like our resident. Thank you.
The applicant would like to speak. How, if you want to give the applicant a chance to answer.
Yeah. Any concerns from the commission on this request?
No.
Go for it.
Hearing none, please.
So first, I want to say that as far as the traffic study goes, a cover sheet said the 28th, but the backup sheets all had the date of the 31st on it. Okay. So while someone referenced the one date they saw, the actual data was all from the 31st, which was a Tuesday.
Thank you.
Again, about the massing and scale, I think we hear you tonight. We've heard this entire conversation, and we're willing to continue to look at ways to mitigate the massing and the scale of the building as we work through this with you in the entrance review corridor process. And I agree, I don't know what that will entail yet, whether that means removing units, hope not, whether that means other aspects of the building change, but we'll work through that with you, I guess, at the later date. The one other item I would like to mention is that the wording of Jeff's 3 conditions actually states, the first one states, to establish the block level scale of this project, consideration should be given to dedicating and constructing within the rear setback a multi-purpose bike ped path linking Washington Avenue and Observatory Avenue. Dedicating as a word, we would not want to dedicate land because it would reduce the parcel size and change the setback location. So the language, if you can change it to an easement to create that bike ped path, rather than it becoming city property and causing other problems with the form and shape of the building.
To that last point, does staff agree that dedicating implies making it right of way and causing problems?
Actually, dedicated it, in my mind, was sort of establishing it more me to imply, but I'm fine with whatever Aaron, whatever word they prefer to use is fine.
Noted. Thank you. I'd like to return to the commission's deliberations. I had the feeling we were close to a motion. I could feel it.
My only concern. We do have a motion. We have a second to the motion.
My only concern with the other points are that would we limit ourselves in the ERB review if we say we want the facade and elevations to remain generally consistent? What if we decide, we want to make, hypothetically speaking, Washington Avenue 1 story less or something like that? Or if that comes back that way.
Maybe it's the facade.
Or the facade changes or material changes or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm actually inclined to agree with that point. I kind of forgot I wanted to raise this. Yeah, like, to the much earlier point of like, I think we can handle the intensity along JPA, even though that's where the entrance corridor is focused, so they backed it off. Plus, there's the whole pool thing. But like, if we were to theoretically move some stuff up, or even flip the whole thing around to the use in front, you know, I'm not saying that's a recommendation, but like, you could see that as a way where it would reduce the impact on the rear neighborhood. And I wouldn't want to necessarily preclude any option like that.
Yeah. We want to leave some leeway for creative solutions to these adverse,
mitigate
what I think are adverse impacts.
Yeah, I guess the question is whether generally consistent would fall within that. And maybe that's a reason to make it just part of the entrance corridor review motion and not put it as an SUP. Change it as we do our entrance corridor review rather than having to go back to council.
So are you changing your motion?
Back to, would it make people feel better if we find an adverse impact but say there's mitigation available?
Well, it would for me.
Commissioner Russell, Landreau, okay, I will withdraw the motion without objection.
Second.
Yeah, that's cool.
And do we have better language for these recommendations, or do we feel like generally consistent enough leeway if we keep them as just ECRB recommendations?
Sure.
Thoughts? Yes, cool. All right, well, I move to find the impacts of increased height and related massing and scale will, and in a manner, I move to find the impacts of increased height and related and massing and scale will adversely impact the Fontaine Avenue, Jefferson Park Avenue, entrance corridor. However, these impacts can be mitigated during the required design review process. The three recommendations in the staff motion, less the words dedicating and. That's the motion.
Second.
Additional discussion on this item? Mr. Alejandro, you've been quiet. Looking at you.
Well, I'm looking for the three conditions. Is this in the SU?
It's in the entrance.
Page
Well, that's
10,
what I'm
top of the
looking-
page. I can read them if it would help.
I got it right here.
Or it's page 5, and the numbering at the bottom, I guess.
It calls me hard for
5 at the bottom. I can see it.
Starts with to establish the block level scale of this project.
What? I don't have that.
Should be on page 5 of my document, page number.
So the first one is consideration should be given to constructing within the rear setback a multi-purpose bike ped path linking the two avenues.
So making that block.
Then buildings, facade, and elevations relative to form, massing, step backs, variation in materiality, landscaping shall be generally consistent with the conceptual design, and then organization and arrangement of the building shall be generally consistent with the conceptual design presented for the SUP request.
Maybe it's that second one that we should just strike, you know? 'Cause what do we have to lose if we don't have
I
it?
could be willing to strike that.
Strike what, I'm sorry.
The buildings, facade, and elevations relative to form, massing, step backs, variation in materiality, and landscaping.
Basically saying we want you to explore
Shall be
all those
consistent.
things as a way to mitigate the impact, so why would we say we want to keep it?
Yeah, I think the architects got the more nuanced message we were sending anyway, and we're all gonna have to review this, so, I'll make an amendment to my motion, to, strike the second condition.
I will second
That will need a
that.
second and technically a vote.
Mr. Werner, do you see any issues with that?
I just wanted to be clear that you all are making a recommendation to council, then they will take that into consideration in their evaluation of the SUP. So now, in some ways, yes, it's helpful for you all to sort of put on record where the ERB stands right now, but you're not taking a formal action that stands as like an ERB a decision on the project. Does that make sense? Just want to make sure that that is clear.
All right, so these conditions are in fact just suggestions for SUP conditions, not ECRB conditions to mitigate.
Correct. However, and this is how the BAR would somewhat treat this. You do have an opportunity to express some things that simply could be a matter of record, but they don't. And I agree with what you all are saying. You don't want to encumber yourself such that later a good idea can't be realized because of some condition that's been built into the SUP. So, I actually supported that perspective that came up. But I would say, just if you have something, you have a recommendation goes to council, phrase it as such, and then if you things you'd like to express relative to the ERB kind of perspective of what they're seeing, then express those separately and not in a formal way.
Got it. I think that makes sense. And so I do think that just the first and third conditions as SUP conditions make sense. And then, if we have thoughts on how to better articulate the massing, especially in those side elevations, I'm looking at you, Commissioner Landrieu. I think those would make sense to say.
No, I don't want to design it for them. I just feel like the project as it's done now is, it's the mass of it that impacts me. It's seeing it from JPA, seeing the side of it and the front of it. It's so long, it juts into the neighborhood, it impacts the single-family detached house neighborhood. I feel like it's too long. I think the 75-foot setback should be required on the back to give more distance between the neighborhood and this project. And if it can be reduced height-wise on the back, those are the things that I would recommend. But I think this zone, it's by right 45 feet, and it's 50 feet in the back now, so it's not much higher than what can be done. But anything would help.
I think what you're saying is you do not agree with the motion. You will not be voting yes.
No, I think it can be mitigated. Yeah, but that's the kinds of things that I would recommend looking at to mitigate the design.
Well, we're not going to put any as formal recommendations to the
Right.
motion.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm okay with the motion as it is.
So I think personally, with the big asterisk that I have generally bad aesthetic opinions, to Commissioner Dowell's point earlier about like how do you mitigate massing, right? It seems to me there's two ways to do it, and one is to make it look less massive, right? Like as you walk by, the Court Square Hotel or the Wells Fargo building, you don't notice that it's that high up because you have this cornice line at basically the second story that kind of gives you a second sense of enclosure, kind of hides the top of it. And it just doesn't feel like that big of a building, like Mr. Warner was saying earlier. And then the other option is to literally reduce the massing. And I mean, my perspective is that there are things you can do, especially, or I think there are things to be done, especially on those side facades that are really long, that can make it look not as bad, right? And the like regular kind of alternating types, and having those little bays, to me looks like a generic, like that kind of 5/1 aesthetic that you see kind of everywhere in modern construction. Doesn't quite really do it, and I think you see that with the fronts of the standard in particular. But then you look at in McIntyre Plaza, Allied whatever Street, how they had those like long warehousey buildings that looked just terrible, and then they just painted like in bright colors, like just made them like relatively thin, and it looks amazing, and it looked terrible before. So I don't know what you do to fix that, but I'm fairly confident, I think, that there are ways to do that, and I will defer to the actual architects on how.
So what would you like to do with the motion that you've got on the floor?
I think
Let's do it.
that's just my opinion. I'm ready to vote whenever you guys are. I assume maybe some people have more things to say, because this is all going to come back to us, and we're going to have to figure out how to do these mitigations. So
I think we've made our point.
I'd like to hear from council on this, if they're interested. Did you have any concerns or questions on this motion?
There's a motion on the
It's
floor.
going,
Betty.
it's going to them, Chair.
There is a motion on the floor that needs to be
We just
voted on.
need to vote.
Fair enough. I would like to hear a vote.
Okay.
How do we do this?
Mr. Lahindra,
Aye.
Mr. Habab,
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Stolzenberg,
Aye.
Ms. Russell,
Aye.
and Mr. Sola Yates.
Aye, well done. At this time, I'd like for us to transform again. Here we go.
Yeah.
I would like for us to become the Charlottesville Planning Commission, able to make motions about special use permits and discuss them. Would anyone like to start the conversation about as the Planning Commission?
We already had a pretty extensive conversation about the SUP. Might be an opportunity for Mr. Stolzenberg to make a motion.
Well,
I would hear a motion.
I'd love to.
Then we can
Okay.
get into the debate.
All right, I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit in the R3 zone at 1701-04000, 1701-03000, and 1701-03100, collectively 2005, 2007 JPA and Jefferson Park Avenue and 104 Observatory Avenue to permit additional density with the following, or with the 6 conditions recommended by staff, plus the conditions we just recommended in BCRB.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I would like to hear some discussion on this topic.
The ones we just recommended a moment ago in our last motion.
What about all the other things?
Yep, all of them.
Yeah, the 6 plus
Sorry,
2.
sorry, I missed it.
So,
Uh,
where were you going? So I can't support the motion as it is now because, as I said in my discussion just now about the entrance corridor, I really believe the setback, rear setback is not warranted, we should keep it to provide a better buffer. I also think that if we want to get canopy trees along JPA, a 3-foot wide curbside buffer is not enough. We need at least a 5-foot buffer. And those are my 2 strongest disagreements.
Additional discussion?
5-foot buffer, is that feasible?
I presume you're talking about the grass strip adjacent to the curb
Yes.
line and moving then the sidewalk, the 7-foot request.
Yes.
And keeping the terracing.
I'm sorry.
And keeping the public terracing.
But the street trees that we show are probably just then gonna skip out, right, to that
Right.
other buffer.
Yeah.
And compress that down to very little, or whatever's left.
Okay, yeah, I'm suggesting that the street trees need to be along the street. Yeah.
Timmons, are you still on the line?
Had a request for Timmons?
Yes. What's the question? I'm sorry.
Do we have enough room to create a 5-foot grass strip along the curb line and then push the 7-foot sidewalk towards the building? We can accomplish that?
I think any amount of grass strip that we add along JPA is going to make it harder to achieve that streetscape that it seemed like a lot of people enjoyed in the presentation earlier. So another 2 feet may not sound like a lot, but as things pencil out, the room's got to come from somewhere. So we'll make it more difficult to achieve that.
Well, the suggestion also is that instead of putting the trees next to the building, that the trees go in the buffer, next to the street.
Part of that planted buffer is also to make up a little bit of grade between the streetscape elevation and the elevation of the entry. So it may be there may be more green adjacent to the curb of JPA with the trees placed there, but then it may be a harsher massing of hardscape material from there to the building. That'll be more difficult to break up with some more green areas to soften and create those spaces for the public environment there.
Sorry, Judy, I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. Are you saying it's bad, like this for example for it's bad because the trees are on the building side of the sidewalk?
Trees next to the building too, yeah, but we want trees, or at least the whole idea of having a buffer is to put the trees in between the sidewalk and the street.
Yeah. So earlier we talked about you know, how we want to daylight that intersection by blocking parking near the intersection, and you know, I was suggesting that it would be, you know, a bumped out curb. That to me would be a great place to add a tree, and potentially also like a micromobility corral or for scooters or bikes. I might even go so far as to say get rid of all the parking and add a lot of trees, but then everyone would get real mad at me.
Well, I'd rather have trees than parking.
Well, one of my questions is that in saying that we think, let me think. If we approve this degree of density, height, modifications to parking and setbacks, do we really have any leeway to achieve the things that we want to achieve to mitigate the adverse effects? You know, has it just you know, like maxed out the site, and therefore would a lower scaled down plan be more successful? And I guess the question before us is, do we approve it with a lot of conditions, or do we say, no, come back, try again? I don't know. I just feel like is that where we kind of are?
So my understanding is that, you know, there's nothing about us giving it entrance card to review and prescribing mitigation that says they need to be allowed everything that they were given during SUP approval, right?
Sure.
So if you say, you know, you have to make it 2 buildings, then you lose units, or if you say you have to make it shorter, then you lose height. I personally think we should try to preserve as many units as possible because housing is a good and a public good. But
are we?
But I don't think we're contrading ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, are we doing our due diligence in assuring the public that will happen and their concerns will be met?
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I thought there was.
Oh.
So I was wondering why, I mean, not saying we shouldn't be discussing or going through design aesthetics, even though I thought we was leaving that to the next time we visit this. I was just curious, because it's
Yeah.
10:30.
Well, I
I
don't
agree.
think height and, you know, I don't think that's a aesthetic thing. I think that's a real concern thing, right?
Oh,
The-
yeah, it's
the
very
height
important.
that they're asking for, do we agree? The setbacks that they're asking for, do we agree?
We could call it a vote if we have no more discussion.
Did somebody second it?
Hosea
Okay,
second.
I was just making sure.
I'm okay with the rear setback, personally.
I'm sorry, what?
I guess if we're talking about the setbacks, I don't see a problem with the rear setback change that they requested to 36 feet, including the S3 buffer and potentially that pedestrian bike path. Just throwing out my opinion. I would like to see, I don't think that conversation was resolved on that 5-foot tree sidewalk buffer. Where are we with that? Are we gonna have enough space to have big trees, basically, is the question, that are gonna get planted? I think that's the point that you were trying to.
But yeah, the 3 foot, you have to do a lot of, you'd have to use silver cells and do special things to make enough, below, ground available, for the tree to support.
There's something in the plan that's called a bioretention something something, and my question, not knowing what that means, is like, does that even support a tree that would ever get really that big?
Those are on the roof, I thought, right?
No,
Those
they're in the
trees?
front.
No. Okay.
So they're retaining something, and is a tree gonna?
Well, so they'll be required to have canopy trees as part of the ordinance, right? Because the front setback is, I don't have that right in front of me, but it's not small enough to get away from that. So the question is, basically, you're gonna have this 3-foot buffer, but you can't put trees there, so it's just gonna be grass or landscaping or whatever, like shrubs. And then so without the 5-foot buffer, the trees would all be in those little tree wells on the building side of the sidewalk, right? Is that everyone's understanding?
I'm gonna be honest, the trees aren't even a big issue for me. The ordinance says we'll have to have trees. I'm sure we have people on here on the tree commission. I even myself, after this past 8 years, have a fond growing of the importance of the trees. I think that's, to me, not the bigger issue. Like, for me, my big issue is, are we giving up any chance of 9 additional units that we could be getting instead of 1.5 if they pay into the affordable housing?
We can't rule on that.
I understand that, but to me, that's a bigger issue if we're gonna approve a SUP. Like,
I don't think we can factor
trees
that
are
into our
gonna come
decision.
either way. I'm not trying to be funny, but at this point, it's like, are we approving the SUP or are we not? We already said the design aesthetics are gonna come later because it comes back to us.
I think we're at a place where we could try a vote just to see where we stand on things. Ms. Creasy, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Mr. Lahindra?
No.
Mr. Havab?
Aye.
Ms. Dow?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Ms. Russell?
No.
And Mr. Solly Yates?
Aye.
We passed it.
What was the count?
It was 4-3 for recommending approval.
Now, this puts me in a strange place. I'm not sure this is a perfect motion, but it's pretty good. Can we amend it to make it stronger?
You just
Well,
voted.
Too late.
Right. And we didn't figure out the sidewalk thing. We could have put that in.
Right.
Can we say that was a shrubble and not calling the question?
7 foot.
Is that what you're looking to say, Lyle? Retroactively, I guess?
So basically, I want to give council the best recommendation we can do with the time we have.
Whatever that.
They're sitting here with us though. If they didn't hear us for the last 4 hours, they're not gonna hear us if you add word in.
I see what you mean.
I'm just saying, we need to be realistic about some of this stuff. The developers heard us, we've heard ourselves, they've heard, council heard us, they gonna make their decision anyway.
I have taken notes.
Thank you. Ms. Creasy, is it possible for staff to look at the sidewalk issue and give council some additional information on it?
I think the applicant probably can give us some dimensions on what they have to work with and provide that guidance.
Thank you.
That would be appreciated.
At this time, thank you all for going to this long public hearing with us. Council, you're welcome to join us for this additional aesthetic conversation, but if you want to just go home and go to sleep, we won't judge you.
I love how we diminished the entrance quarter.
It's about the Wawa, it's not even exciting stuff like apartments.
At this time, I close the Planning Commission and open
Lynchburg.
the Charlottesville Entrance Corridor Review Board so that we may consider a Wawa. Who are we, are we still feeling strong? Do we need a short break? How are we feeling?
Can I just make a comment for the record? Y'all, I love y'all, but
Please.
I gotta go. My baby got school in the morning. and it's
Duly
like
noted. Thank you.
11. The only comment that I would like to add, or at least have it as part of the next discussion, and I may have missed it in the packet, but,
Microphone, I don't think you can hear.
you know what? It's late, y'all. The only
Yes.
comment that I would like to make sure of mine that would be included in this next discussion that we're about to have, and like I said, I don't know if I missed it in the packet, is about the traffic right there. Have y'all seen the traffic already? I mean, it is horrible. And I know we're looking at other studies for Fifth Street in general to, you know, do something about the traffic, but definitely keep that in mind as far as the appropriateness for another gas station in that area is all I ask. And if we are gonna approve it, can we please have our traffic engineer come re-engineer the lights in there? I mean, traffic is horrible at that intersection. It backs up and congests the next intersection where I-64 is, and then also the section prior to that at a very dangerous intersection, which is that 5th Street and, oh, what road is that? Harris Road? There's so many accidents that happen right there. And I mean, if you go through at any given day and time around 5 o'clock, it's gridlock. And like people are stuck in the middle of those intersections. So my biggest concern would be to make sure that we mitigate any traffic, any impacts that we could. And whatever y'all decide to come up with sounds great to me.
Thank you, Ms. Dowell. We'll be talking about aesthetics.
Y'all have a good night.
This is by right,
Good
right?
night. Yeah, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Come again.
I'm sorry, who can tell us about the aesthetics of a Wawa?
Mr. Warner has the staff report.
Mr. Warner, please.
I guess I'm here and I'm in my, I'm just not invisible, I'm not visible to you all, so it feels awkward to me. And I see 2 Lyles, so I don't know what's going on exactly.
We're working on it, hold on.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's, Missy texted me, told me to fly through this, so I will try to be brief as I can. So again.
What do we?
Oh.
Oh, we've got.
Oh, she's back.
We've got the commission. We're good. Continue.
Okay. Once again, Jeff Warner, the Preservation Design Planner. Yes, I can start my video. Starting. And, excuse me, this is a request for an entrance corridor certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a convenience store with a gas service canopy and the associated landscaping and site work at 1150 5th Street Southwest, which is within the 5th Street Southwest entrance corridor. As I mentioned earlier, per city code, the Planning Commission serves as the entrance corridor review board and is responsible for the design review process.
Patrick.
I'm here. And so you are responsible for the design review process within an entrance corridor. And as I mentioned earlier, again, most entrance corridor projects, we are able to review administratively. However, when it's a new building, new construction, we bring it to you all for a more formal evaluation. And so for this request, aside from any deferral, if that occurs, your options are to approve the COA, or approve the COA with conditions, or to deny the COA request, and with the understanding that the ERB's actions are appealable to City Council. I also wanted to note that a final site plan has been submitted and is currently being reviewed by staff. However, the design COA must be approved in order for that site plan to take action on that plan. So there's a few more steps that have to take place here. I don't want to forget, I know that was brought up about traffic, but we don't really get into that in the aesthetic side of things. So, but the project site is 3 parcels. It's totaling 4.27 acres. It's zoned highway corridor, again, with an entrance corridor overlay. At the southwest corner of the site is a former fast food restaurant. That building will be raised and replaced with a 1.5-story convenience store. There will also be a gas service area beneath a 2-story canopy and a brick dumpster enclosure on the side. There's an existing 8,400 square foot fiber optic transmission building that is at the rear of this project site, and that will remain in place. The store, as proposed, will be red brick, have white banding and trim. It will be a flat roof, features a parapet with a faux Chippendale railing. I will tell you, I had some issues with this, but it matches, this is essentially a replica or identical to what they constructed over at Pantops. And I don't love it, but I understand it. There's a central entrance, which is flanked by frame porches with standing seam metal roof. and that entrance is within a 2-story brick tower. The gas service station is a Wawa standard. It's beneath a gable. It's a standing seam metal roof that's on an open truss. It's supported by red brick piers and metal columns. The original request was for it to be a shed roof design, and I said no. And so we go with the gable roof that's more typical of this area, and they were willing to do that. Vehicular traffic will continue to use the east entrance, excuse me, off of 5th Street Station Parkway, so that's that little side road. There's 2 entrances coming off that side road. One will be closed, one at the west, closest to the light, and as currently proposed, a new access point will be off of 5th Street. The existing sidewalk along 5th Street Station will be retained. There's a connection to Rivanna Trail that will be retained. A lot of landscaping going on at the site. There's a tree preservation area on the east side and north boundary near the stream. No public comments. I haven't received anything. I've had some inquiries about it, but I haven't directly received anything about the design aspect of it. That's not to say there haven't been questions about the site plan and traffic as was raised. The recommendation we have is that, as presented, it is consistent with the criteria in the entrance corridor design guidelines and the code revisions, and recommending approval of the COA as submitted, and with one suggestion that's a condition to address proposed street trees beneath the overhead utilities. And that's not a problem issue. It's just something with the site plan that we're working on, and having this as a condition kind of establishes how we're going to hopefully resolve that. I would say if you wish, I can go into more detail. I think in the interest of time, it'd probably be helpful to let the applicant speak, and I can certainly respond if you have any questions. That's it. Any questions for me?
Any questions for staff on this? Hearing none, I would like to hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Wonderful. Hi, my name is Ashley Davies, and I'm with Riverbend Development. I'm also joined tonight by Jeb Bell, and he can speak to the architecture of the proposed building if necessary. We don't have a formal presentation, and hopefully that's appreciated at this late hour. And the reason for that is Jeff's staff report was very thorough, and I do appreciate him adding the information about the landscaping as well, so we can make sure to work that out in the best way on the site plan. But we feel like what is proposed is fairly straightforward. As Jeff mentioned, it is very similar to the design up at the Pantops location, and Jeb worked very closely with the Albemarle County Architectural Review Board in designing that specific Wawa, and as something that's an appropriate design for entrance corridors in this area. So I think we'd like to just open it to any specific questions you might have at this time, and we can pull up any of the designs as necessary.
Questions for the applicant? I can't see the commission, so I'll have to hear you.
I had a quick question, and this is maybe for Jeff or the applicant. On the parapet where we had those gray metal pieces, is that, I think you mentioned it earlier, but could you repeat your thoughts on that?
And Ashley will tell you, there's a provision within the EC standards about sort of, you don't want something that's not real. But there's also that challenge within the entrance corridors, and particularly this one where the provisions clearly state this is auto-centric, this is auto-oriented, this is we're getting exactly what we want there. And I have difficulty saying I want architectural purity in a building that's you know, a gas station, convenience store. And then I did talk to Margaret Malashevsky in the county about the railing, and she sort of had the same response to it. It was, it serves its purpose. It conceals that the mechanical units at the top, which is, more than anything we're trying to do. And it's not ugly. And so I said, there's quite a lot that's happened with Ashley and Jed and others going back and forth on a lot of things. And they've been very, very good to work with. And we talked about lighting, we've talked about some other things. So I think we're in a good spot. I can live with the faux Chippendale panels. There. Round Robin's barn, but I got there.
Thank you. The other question I had maybe is not something we can really comment on, so I'll ask first. The signage, or the signage with the gas price on it, I guess I should say that, like tower with the columns on the side, is that something that is under our, no?
Yes and no. The signage is, all signage in any project, even with the VAR, requires separate sign permit. And so there's that application and it goes through zoning. And so I always make sure the applicants understand that. In fact, it's even stated on the drawings that these are conceptual. So it's sort of to say, yeah, signs will go there, but by you all approving this does not let them come back and say, well, you all said I could do it. So whatever they show on there must come back in and be consistent with, and that's another process that I work with zoning on. And we have the guidelines for signage in entrance corridors is different from throughout the city. It's not as strict as within the historic district, but we do review those. And so, sorry, it's late, but no, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. There's an next on Acosta Street that has the same kind of level of, height and stuff. My only comment is it would have been nice if you could just sit that on top of the stone pedestal instead of having those columns. It could be lower, but that's a comment to nobody, I guess.
Well, you have an opportunity here to, I'm not saying that signage is off limits. You can say things about, you just can't alter the zoning or violate the zoning or if you prove something, the zoning still prevails. But if you have some location issues, for example, there are a lot of sign requests we get all throughout town. One of the things we tell them is it cannot appear red at night. It can't have that red glow. There's nothing specific that says that, but we have guidelines that allow us to sort of evaluate lighting and glare and how it affects things. And that's one of the things we know. So if there's as long as you're not telling them they can't have the number of signs or they can't have the size of signs they're allowed, if there's a location issue that you would like to make a recommendation on, I think that's fine.
If I may also comment on that, we will definitely be putting together a full signage package for the site that has yet to be submitted. We are pretty limited on this site where a monument type sign could go. So in terms of the location, that is important to us, and we would just ask as zoning and the city review that future package. Signage is incredibly limited within the entrance corridor. It's some of the most restrictive in terms of square footage. So I think for our future tenants here, they're just trying to have fair and consistency with other similar uses in that corridor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Additional questions for staff or the applicant? Any conversation on this topic? Statements? Concerns? Anyone would like to make a motion?
Having considered the standards set forth within the city's entrance corridor design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed design for the Wawa at Street Southwest is consistent with the guidelines and compatible with the goals of this entrance corridor, and that the ERB approves the COA request as submitted with the following. The street trees will be revised as necessary to comply with City Code Article 8, improvements required for developments, Division 2, landscaping and screening. To the extent permissible by Section 34-868D, the trees along Fish Street shall be appropriate for locating beneath overhead utilities.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion on this topic? Hearing none, Ms. Creasy, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Lahindra?
Aye.
Mr. Havav?
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Stolzenberg?
Aye.
Ms. Russell?
Aye.
And Mr. Solly Yates?
Aye, well done. I believe we can close as the entrance
Thank you
court.
all.
Thank you. I believe we can close as the entrance quarter review board if I can hear a motion to that effect.
Move to adjourn the entrance corridor review board
Second?
and also this meeting?
Aye.
Okay, and also this meeting. Can I get an aye to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Sounds perfect. Sleep well all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.